Oh no, my daughter!
won the acclaim of people of other nations.
A man with the most important job in the world today.
Faith in God, faith in man, faith in equal justice and opportunity for all. Faith in the future. You've listened to people you believe in and people you've never heard of. It's not surprising that you're confused. Well, my friend, if it's any consolation, you're not alone. Surprising that you're confused.
and shadows crawl upon me. Voices rustling from a side. I'm stumbling forward helplessly. Can't find anything anywhere tonight. Fake images before my eyes. Noises scaring me to death. Colors fading to all ashes. Don't look, just run. Never sleep, never rest. Nothing here seems to be real, but I hope I'm in the end. Mysteries that I need to solve. I'm stuck in a nightmare that was heaven sent. Wilderness, so keen, so kind. Running, hiding from the moon. Stranger in my own little land. I know it will be over all too soon. The beast, I know, it's all inside. Feeding from the fears I've got. Challenge it to free my soul. The green of the leaves will repel my blood. So help me.
Lost and found.
See me.
On the run.
Hear me.
Screams and tears.
Help me.
Don't wanna die.
So help me.
Lost and found.
See me.
On the run.
Hear me.
Screams and tears.
Help me.
Don't wanna die.
Hey. Yeah. Hey. Test, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, jetzt müsste auf 5, 6ers kommen. Solo? Kriegst du mich? Cowbell. Alles klar. Super. Und die Mikrobus. Wunderbar. Hey.
I could have used a little more cowbell. Gotta have more cowbell. Let's take it again. And Gene. Yeah. Really explore the studio space this time.
You got it, Bruce.
I mean, really.
Yeah.
Explore the space. I like what I'm hearing.
Hey. Test 1. Wow.
I can pull it back a little if you like. Not so much though, I'm telling you, fellas. You're gonna want that cowbell. Why don't you lay down that cowbell right now? 1, 2, 3, 4. I gotta have more cowbell. Used a little more cowbell. I gotta have more cowbell. What? I got a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell. I could have used a little more cowbell. I gotta have more cowbell. What I'm hearing.
Test. Kommt was? 1, 2. Hallo. Ja.
Test 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Don't want to be afraid, hard not to hesitate, but we can't wait to be the change. It's not too late, free from hate. Think of the future that we could create. Face the facts today. There's a better way. Take one step back and say there's a better way. Like a tree,
In the 1970s, New York graffiti, rapping, and breaking became the prime expressions of a new young people subculture called hip-hop.
Check it out. What's it all about? Ideas spark, my hand grabs a pen. Sweeten up the sound, let me get the rap blend. Coming down the wire. Lights up the sound from the A to D.
Over with the rhymer, state clear winner. Big up a Bob and a TV dinner. I'm the one that won that dance contest. Scores and no rock dance the best.
All you gotta do is do your thing, you see. Cause I don't give a fuck who you're supposed to be. My name is Rock and I aim to please. And I gotta spread love in society. We got to keep the party going on. All lifestyles, our shapes and forms. We got to keep the party going on. All lifestyles, our shapes and forms.
What you saw, what you heard, I'm getting bored, I might disturb. And if you want what's going down, you might just get that silky sound.
So what you want, so what you need. I got the forms, you wanna read. Get in the game, you got a scheme. All the same, I got the team.
Small new wave, not OG. Walking down the block, you say, no fee. When you coming out with a new CD, express love in society.
We got to keep the party going on. All lifestyles, our shapes and forms. We got to keep the party going on. All lifestyles, our shapes and forms.
Damn, sucker. Don't let speak back for the baking soda. Whether in the high rise where you live like Rota, or in the shack there you live like Yota.
Once again, it's all like a brand new morning. It's an easy boys need to keep you all warm. All you spazzes and you freaks, no one do you think 'cause you're unique. That's it, don't hurt nobody else, and don't be afraid to be yourself. And special dedication and so on to all lifestyles, our shapes and forms. We got to keep the party going on. All lifestyles, our shapes and forms. We got to keep the party going on. All lifestyles, our shapes and forms. I just spark my hand, grabs a pen. Swing with the sound, let me get the right blend. Coming down the wire, who you need my free. Lights up the sound from the A to D.
Over with the rhymer, state clear winner. Big up a Bob and a TV dinner. I'm the one that win that dance contest. Scores and no rock dance the best.
All you gotta do is do your thing, you see. Cause I don't give a fuck who you're supposed to be. My name is Rock and I aim to please. And I gotta spread love in society. We got to keep the party going on.
it's very sophisticated surgery, but possible.
Your scene, your station.
Scene Set Radio.
Orbiting the scene.
Well, this tune, it should be a little bit loud.
Heaven is right there waiting for you. All you've got to do is die. Waiting for you. And all you've got to do is die.
Alrighty then. So, welcome to Revision 2017.
Indeed, welcome.
It's 2017 and not 2016, which I was about to say.
Yeah, we've been there and done that.
Yeah, and we had a little hiccup, of course, at the very beginning, because that's traditional. We did that, we planned that. I completely planned that. Actually, it was completely planned by just having me here, and therefore that would happen. I'm Sir Garbage Truck, and CGI is here with me.
Yep.
And you might be able to hear Bomba if he says something.
Yeah, hello.
I can't hear Bomba at all.
He's very quiet. There's some kind of gating going on here.
Okay.
Okay, I'll fiddle around with that.
Yeah, I'm picking you up more on the ambient mic. And actually, I'm hearing more from the hall than I am even myself in my headphones at the moment, which is a little odd.
Yeah, well, that's microphone technology for you.
Yes, it is.
I think the compression needs to come down an awful lot. It's
And the only way to really fiddle with this is for us to continue to talk.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'll do some initial talking here. First of all, hi. Welcome to the broadcast. We're going to broadcast for a while. We're broadcasting a little early. Getting started a little later than I thought we might, but honestly, we haven't had anything to do broadcast-wise that was important to get out there other than like me talking and me playing tunes. Well, heck, you can hear that anytime pretty much. But as far as actual activity air at Revision, it doesn't really start up for a couple hours. The first thing that will actually go live is, let's see here, it says that the 8 Bits Philosophy 2 will be on at 6 p.m. And, well, we're not going to broadcast that on the radio, and I'm not sure if that's going out over the video portion either. I don't think it is, but I have no idea. I'll find that out. But we're going to play music during that period of time, because right after that is the opening ceremony, and then is the Meteorics. And the Meteorics is the award show that is the celebration of the Demoscene, and that's very important, and we wanted to have a prep so that everybody would know what was going on and that was upcoming. After that, there's the Shader Showdown, which is going to be broadcast. We will run that on the radio. It'll be a little weird on the radio, but you can tune into the stream and watch it. But even for the radio, it's going to work, because we're going to have people live on stage that are going to be playing music, like Alchema, and I think Ronnie's going to be there. I don't know for sure exactly who, but the traditional folks that you've seen in the previous years are going to be playing live on stage, so it's going to be an excellent live set. After that will be another live gig, and that will be, I want to call it, it's going to be Demo Vibes Live. And it's going to be Wilby and Genio and 2 other guys who I should actually know, and I'll find their names out in a little bit here. Who? There was an ahem here. Okay, well, that ahem was not, the ahem was not, hey, pay attention to me, I know who they are. That was an ahem. Look, there's a Defox. Actually, you couldn't see the Defox, but he didn't. He said hey to everyone, but he didn't hear him. Anyway, back to the Demo Vibes Live thing. That will be a live set, and that will go for however long Genio and Wilby have planned. I would think it's probably as long as an hour and a half, and that will be the end of the day. So it's going to be jam-packed from about 6 p.m. You're not going to have to listen to me all the time either, other than the fact that we're going to be playing music. There's going to be a few times when I'm actually going to have to leave to either do some preparation for the Meteorics, or just be on stage at the Meteorics. So don't worry, you don't have to listen to me the whole time. Did you have anything to add?
No.
Okay.
Not really. Just here we are again. It's great to be back, and looks to be like it's been another good year. And as for myself, you'll hear me on air from time to time. I'll pretty much mostly be sitting here as well, apart from perhaps doing some things where I have to go do other things, like operate cameras and stuff. But I'll be otherwise on here quite a lot. And I'm hoping this damn flu, which I seem to have picked up within the past day here, doesn't mess me up too much, but there we go.
Yeah, you need to not give that to me. I refuse to be sick this year.
Well, I was refusing to be sick as well, but it seems someone decided that, nope, you're going to be sick, and suddenly that was, I woke up this morning with it, so there we go.
The polls outside have some stuff that might help. It might also make it worse. I don't know. I had some. Yeah. All right, I'm going to go over a little bit of the music stuff that I've prepared. Truck prepared music. Everybody should be shocked. But I grabbed all the music from all of the Easter parties, and this is compo music. This is not, unless it was entered in a compo along with being in a demo or an intro or whatever. This is just straight old school executable, new school executable, tracked and streamed compos from all of the Easter parties since 2003. I could have gone back even earlier than that, but I decided, you know, I probably have about 16 hours worth of music now, and it's we probably don't have that much time because we also have a bunch of live stuff. So I did some on the plane, and over the past 2 days or 3 days, I've gone through this stuff, and I have various lists. So we're kind of going to not really take requests because a lot of this music has kind of disappeared from the consciousness. It got played once at a compo and maybe 1 or 2 times else, and then it just sort of disappeared. Others of all this stuff have been repeated a lot of the time on multiple shows. It's in the rotational and what have you. And actually been played so much that I forgot that it actually showed up at an Easter party. But what I want to do here is here's a lot of the music that is from the Easter parties over the years, be it Breakpoint or Revision, and just kind of celebrate that during the broadcast here. So and having said that, I'm going to just basically play this one up. I'm not going to play, say, for example, one of the ones that everybody knows, like Professional Tracker. That will show up in the next 2 days. Probably closer to the tracked music compo or what have you. But I'm going to play some of the rarer stuff right now. What we started out with GLX BLT's XM8, which was from one of the breakpoints, which is actually an XM, meaning an extended module, fast tracker type thing, and not a streamed music entry. That was a tracked piece. But we're going to do this bit here, which is one of the tracks from Powell of Alcatraz. And this one is called Stuck in 1994.
year 1994.
Fairly sure that actually was from the compo. I think that was one from the first or the second revision, streaming music compo. I grabbed all of these from the scene.org archives, and I tried sorting them by year. That didn't really work because then, you have different genres, and of course, when you're doing a compo, you want to show as much of all of the things that are entered. You want to show a wide variety, because then you don't want to have a compo that sounds exactly the same. So sorting them up by year or sorting them up by even platform didn't really work. So I end up with this, okay, I want to play this at some point, I want to play this at some point, I want to play this at some point, and well, because of that, I kind of lost some of the metadata. I'll remember some of them, but the important portion here is that was a track by Powell, and it was called Stuck in 1994, and it was, I believe, from Revision. But it was definitely from an Easter party. I sort of almost got to IRC/Slack. We're kind of bouncing back and forth between IRC and Slack here to talk to people. I almost got to them, but I'm also doing, as I mentioned, a preparation for the Meteorics here at the same time. I'm actually having a bit of a problem in my preparation because I want to say a lot of things about the category. The one category that I'll be presenting, but I don't have that much time, and it also does. It actually may diminish things if I just talk for a long time. But if I make it too short, then it might not seem like that I'm giving enough, of an honor to the nominees, and it's just hard because you want to actually really say something about the things that you're giving an award to. And it really is difficult to put this together. And I actually had some stuff that I really wanted. During the voting, we were talking about this, and I said, I absolutely want to have this particular thing, and I want to make sure that we say that on stage. And somehow or other that bit got lost, and I know a bit of what I wanted to say, but I don't know how to say it, which is kind of a problem with English in general. So, Meteorics coming up, very much on my mind. How about you, CGI? What's on your mind now? You haven't even been outside, have you?
What's on my mind right this second is that I'm aware there's potentially some issues with the audio stream via SceneSat, and I'm trying to figure out why that is. It's not a problem with our uplink, because when I tune into our server directly from where that connects into, it's absolutely fine. But being relayed out onto SceneSat after that is...
Well, now I'm okay. It was the HDMI thing switching in front of me. It was the screen in front of me just suddenly flashed blank, and I was like, "Oh, what did I do wrong?" Yes, live stuff, and of course all the preparation. And you can prepare as much as you want, but this is not what we do for a living. We do this for fun. And actually, if we went smoothly, we probably wouldn't enjoy it as much, because we do actually enjoy fixing the problems a bit. We don't want to have a problem that's going to make the experience worse for everyone, but we also don't want to have it be so smooth that we're actually bored and we could actually leave it to handle itself.
What I do know is if anyone is having problems with the audio stream, and it's annoying enough. The video stream, the audio on that is fine. So that's another option.
I'm mentioning to the folks on Twitch that we are live on the SceneSat stream, because I don't know if this is going out to this I don't know if this is being put over the top of the beam.
It is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
It is. So when you're now looking at the stage setup, you're hearing me, and
hopefully we do have a camera on us. However, there's
They don't want that.
Well, there's some technical issues potentially with that as well involving
Yeah,
the delay.
because it's called putting a camera on truck and then have truck with a microphone and a camera. Bad idea. However, it seems to happen a lot. All that aside, very much on my mind, the Meteorix Awards that are coming up, and I wanted to talk. Look, it's horrible. Hi. Also, it's in reverse, so I'm really confused. Here, we'll do that. I'll put this thing up, and then that'll eliminate that whole problem. Now, I want to talk about the Meteorix. You may not know what they are. The Meteorix are a celebration of the Demoscene, and by saying that, we have a worldwide participation set of awards. We open up the awards to everyone to nominate categories for the Demoscene that we will then give out honorariums, and we then take jurors from the Demoscene or from, well, obviously this is Demoscene related thing, so everything here it deals with the Demoscene. I don't really need to say the jurors are from the Demoscene or the productions are from the Demoscene. It's a Demoscene related award. Of course they're going to be. Jurors are then asked for, and we divide up as jurors into who would like to judge these particular categories, and then we ask for nominees from everyone. And let's say that we have a category that is best footwear of an organizer. So then we would ask everybody to nominate the organizer's footwear. You might have Aki with his shoes that he wore during Evoke versus Aki with the shoes that he wore during Revision. And then you might have, say, Defox and the shoes that he wore to every single party. And then the jurors would then look at all of those things, and hopefully there are enough of those that that gives them enough to select something that exemplifies that particular category for the previous year. And we change it up every year. Okay, there are a couple categories that are not changing. The People's Choice Award is always there, and then there's another award, and gosh darn it, I should know which one it is. And we had an interesting thing happen this year. We actually had the situation where nobody nominated Best Demo. I personally argued that perhaps this was the year that we don't do that. We don't have a Best Demo category because we'd only be able to do that once. And by doing that, we could show the breadth of all the other things and how the demo scene isn't just necessarily one big demo. Because it isn't. It's tremendous amount of work. I want to say work because it is, but creativity, working together, and making things that are just plain awesome. I want from the Meteorix as a juror and as a somebody that actually wants to give to celebrate the demo scene through this. I want to make it so that people can participate, and that the people that receive the laureate and the Meteorix award and the nominees, they know that they are representing all of us, and they have, out of all the things from the previous year, and all of them are awesome, they are exemplary. And that is hopefully what you get out of the Meteorix Awards tonight. Again, it is participatory. You, as a person who enjoys the demo scene, who knows what it is, who creates things for it, you can participate. You can nominate, you can suggest categories, you could be involved in the jury, you could very possibly even be involved in the show, because it's all volunteer. But we're very excited to do this, and we hope that we hope you enjoy the awards tonight. And we also encourage you to ask questions. For example, a good question would be, what on earth is this? And somebody other than Truck could also explain that. Because I have my own opinions about what it is and what we're showing, but other people who are involved also have theirs, and they might be a little more succinct or a little more on point. I get excited about it, and I really want everyone to enjoy it. And in doing so, I may lose a bit of, my excitement over it may not translate well to you if you're not seeing me here. If you're only hearing me, or if you're seeing the stuff on stage, or maybe that's a little, okay, he's too excited. Why is he excited? Anyway, that's coming up. I'm going to play another track here. Here's a track from Punctured, which absolutely is from Revision, because it's called Screw Evil Bot, I'm With Happy. I believe that we are looking at some technical things with some of the network folks, and maybe I should just play another track right away so that we let's play just another Punctured track. This is an LFO clone, or an LFL. Let's listen to Truck stumble over words. I should actually switch to my other glasses. I have reading glasses now. An LFO alone does not a dubstep make. That was another Punctured track, and I haven't seen Punctured yet, and that's kind of concerning because I would hope that he is here. I did see some of the Danes. I saw Booster, and I saw Cheesy, and I saw Dwarf. So I would imagine that he's probably going to be here, but I don't know that for sure. And I didn't ask because I was busy running around saying hi to people, knowing that I wasn't going to have that many. Oh, look, I can wave. Oh, look, I'm on stream waving. That's really not a good thing. They should not put the camera on me. Okay, back to the subject at hand. You can actually see an overview of the hall. Now you're seeing it the other direction, a sensible direction away from truck. And you can see there's people are filing in. I'm also noting various sceners that I know on Twitter are arriving, going to their hotels, and starting to upload their entries. They haven't even gotten here yet. Other folks are outside enjoying the, the not snow. It was snowing yesterday when I left Finland, and, well, yeah, then I come to Germany, and it's not snowing, so yay. So people are outside enjoying various things, various beverages of the beer type, and they're also enjoying some of the currywurst and other type of things available outside, and also enjoying just talking to other sceners. One of the great things about going to demo parties is the number of people that you get to talk to who you haven't seen in a while, or you've been working with on productions for the past year, past 5 years. You've known people for, since we've all, only been involved with this for a week, and certainly not 30 years. People that you knew, or from the BBS days, if you go back that far, or from Usenet, if you go back that far, or from, 5 years ago, if you have no idea what Usenet or BBSs are, and you kind of wonder why anybody would look at these huge chunky pixels that are on some of these retro things. I did say that I would answer questions if anybody had them to the Twitch chat, so feel free to ask questions about stuff like what is the demo scene, or what is the Meteorics about, or even, hey, how do I get involved? Why don't I just answer that one? You get involved by starting, and you just start doing stuff. I have heard from a lot of people over the years, especially from the United States, which is where I come from originally. They would say, "Oh, I'm not talented enough. I can't do anything." No. You are. Just start. Doesn't matter. Believe me, we have seen stuff that is worse than the stuff you've done. It generally gets done by somebody who's just having fun at a party. There are fast compos for that reason, and and everything that you make does not have to be a blockbuster. Heck, some of the better productions from some of the people who might or might not be involved with Mercury might or might not have been actual Mercury productions. They might have actually been joke productions that were entered as another group and done to just plain have fun. That's allowed too. In fact, it's encouraged. So let's see, what is the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything? Well, actually, I think the question is, what is life, the universe, and everything? And the answer, I believe, will be divinated at some point in the future using a collection of Scrabble pieces and possibly some orangutans or something, or maybe some telephone sanitizer professionals. So, here's another track. This is by Argasek, who is another person I haven't seen. I saw Argasek is from Poland, and I haven't seen him yet, but I did see quite a few of the Poles. Hey, and Randy, yes, Solskogen should be mentioned. Actually, I'll just do that before I play another track. Let's say that you could not get to revision, and I'll continue to talk about this over the weekend. How could you get to another party? There is chances are there is a party near you, unless you happen to live in, say, Africa, in which case it's probably going to mean you have to come to Europe, and even South Africa. The seniors that are down there, I don't know of any parties that are taking place there. New Zealand, you get to go to Australia. China, unfortunately, you pretty much have to either go to Russia or to Japan. Of course, you're welcome to come here to Europe, to Germany, or what have you. But, like, for instance, right now on the screen, you can see a slide for Solskogen, which is a fantastic party that takes place kind of in the wilderness in Norway. And then there's Riverwash, which is in Poland. And the guys outside were saying, could you say some nice things about it? I'm pretty much incapable of saying bad things about Polish parties. Polish parties are awesome. They're a load of fun. Of course, if you want an entirely serious all-the-time party, well, then you might want to go to one of the French parties. Those are more serious. They're great fun, but they're much more serious. Polish parties are more loose, kind of off the cuff. If the compos happen, then it's great. If they don't, then that's also great. Whereas in France, the compos definitely will happen, and they really work hard to make sure that your entry gets on this big screen and gets presented to everybody as best possible. Poland, that's secondary to having fun. Both types of parties are fantastic. I recommend both types. That having been said, let's play a track. This is one by Argasek, who I hope to see here soon. A very different type of track from Argsec. Again, one of the great things about the compos, and one of the reasons why I didn't sort these by year and by which party it was, is that you'd have that particular track in with, say, a T101 metal track, and then something dubsteppy from GLX BLT, or something not dubsteppy from GLX BLT, and the wide variety in the compos is fantastic. Well, the music compos will take place tomorrow, I believe, all of them. I know the tracked music compo is at 1 o'clock local time in Germany. That means for those of you back home in Finland, that would be around noon, which is really early. And the people that are in Canada, you're going to have to adjust it from 1 hour off of UTC. And if you're listening in Japan, well, that's the same thing. And yes, I do know that there are people listening in Japan and in Australia and in Canada right now. Also in Sweden and various other places. In the UK, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Loads of listeners, loads of people all around the world interested. We wish you were here, but we also understand that not everybody is able to make it. Do try to make it to Revision at some point in your lifetime. It is worth the trip. Okay. I was going to comment on something that was taking place on one of the slides, and of course the slide changed, and so now I have completely forgotten what it was. I'm also flipping back and forth between the Twitch chat and the SceneSat chat and the Revision chat. So if I don't catch your question right away, I apologize. But I also have I have those three chats, and again, I'm preparing for Revision. CGI will catch some of them when he is not dealing with technical issues, and Bomba will also probably catch some when he's not dealing with audio issues. In a way, it's kind of bad that you can't see all of the activity here. On the other hand, we really don't want you to see the activity here because it would get in the way of us getting the stuff done. Quite frankly,
possibly.
Quite frankly, I'm just lucky that they allow me to be back up here and to actually do this. I do enjoy it, but I'm actually always surprised that they actually are that lenient. Okay. I don't see any. I don't see any immediate questions from anybody on that particular chat, so I'm just going to flip through the other things.
You do that, and whilst you're doing that, could anyone who's listening to the CSAT audio stream only just give some feedback of whether it's working okay, if you're having any dropouts or any problems with it? It seems to be that it's now happy, but I need to know if it's not. So if you're having any issues with the CSAT radio audio feed, then please let me know. The Twitch audio, I believe, has had no issues so far.
Alrighty. Yeah, I was told that in the Twitch chat that the video stream quality was good, so I'm assuming that along with that that the audio stream was good. Nobody's complained about it yet, so that's that. All right, I'm gonna. I'll just What is that 20 there? I hate this. My eyes don't work any longer, and so in order.
This is why there's this large monitor in front of you.
I know,
I know it doesn't show that just now, but when it's important, that monitor will work.
Yes. So anyway, there's a 20 thing that was on the screen. I think it was the party, but I don't know which one it was.
It was a slide for the Evoke for probably 20-year anniversary. I still remember the first Evoke in 1997. Which took place in Arnoldsweiler, somewhere between Cologne and Aachen, in something that I think was like an elementary school. And there were like, I don't know, about 80 people there, and it was a very nice party.
And they let you come back, or did they kick you out like they did? Because there are certain Polish parties that took place. Certain Finnish parties that took place at schools that after the first edition, they were no longer allowed to come back, and Demosceners were banned from kind of sort of along the lines of what happened in Bingen at a certain a cocktail bar, which after a point just no longer allowed sceners to come in.
Well, I believe the second Evoke also did not happen at the same school again. I actually do not remember anymore where the second Evoke took place.
All right. I also know Evoke has I've been to at least 3 different locations for Evoke. And I haven't been to all the Evokes. In fact, I missed far too many Evokes. I don't even know that I'll make it there this year. You should. Just because Truck can't make it does not mean that you shouldn't go to Evoke, because Evoke is awesome.
That it is, yes.
It's in Cologne, wonderful city, and it's very accessible, and it is not as large a party as Revision, but in many ways it's just as important, and especially on the music side, it has sometimes had a more, sometimes the music compos at Evoke have been magnitudes greater than the Revision compo. There's also live sets that are really good. It's in the middle of summer, or not in the middle of summer. It's in the late tail end of summer, so it's an extremely good time, and you'll see some productions there that are going to be really good. You should go to Evoke. You should also go to Outline. Outline's earlier in the year. It's in the Netherlands, and it's in a town that I'm not even going to try to pronounce because I don't have it written in front of me, and I haven't talked to anybody from the Netherlands recently, so it isn't immediately in my head. And my pronunciation at the moment is half English, half Finnish for everything. So if it's written in either German or Dutch, I'm going to get it wrong. Okay. Getting reports that in Australia, the audio and video are just fine. So there we go. Now let's play another trock. Another trock? Ladies and gentlemen, I can't even pronounce English right now, and I haven't been drinking heavily. Yeah. This one I'm going to play. I'm just going to play. I'm just going to play it, and everybody's going to be like, if you understand, you'll either understand why I played it, or you won't understand, and this is the day to do that. So here we go. player decided it was going to skip the one from Ben Jam that I wanted to play, and it went and played another one. I'm going to try and play that first one here, and then you can compare the two. And because that one from Ben Jam is completely different than this one. Let's see if this plays.
When the night is clear, but the hall is dark, and the screens are the only lights we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you scamp, warm my feet. So scamp, warm my feet. Oh, warm my feet. They're so cold. Warm my feet. If the chairs that we sit upon should freeze our butts, all the toilets should flow over to a sea. I won't cry, no, I won't cry, as long as there's enough beer. But it's better for you scamp to warm my feet. So please scamp, warm my feet. Oh, my feet. Oh, warm now. Warm my feet. My feet. Warm my feet. Warm my feet. I'm so cold, scamp. Please warm my feet up, yeah. Won't you warm my feet up? They are so cold.
So yeah, explanations for that tune. There was this party called Breakpoint, and it took place at Easter, and the 2003 edition, which was the first edition of Breakpoint, was nicknamed Freeze Point because it was cold. I believe -20 Celsius, which is...
that is totally not an exaggeration.
Yeah, no, I mean, seriously, and I took the reason why I took why the towel came about was because of that party. I took the towel to sleep under, and that didn't happen. It was too freaking cold. So Scamp was the main organizer of that particular party. He was always the main organizer of Breakpoint, and so that's the Scamp portion of that song. And of course, the warm my feet part. It just. Obviously, it was a inside joke type thing that was for the Demoscene, and but yes, as somebody suggested, yes, there was also probably lots of alcohol involved. Again, we like to have fun, and we encourage folks to actually make stuff like that. That, of course, did not win the compo, but it made it into the compo because it was fun. And Ben Jam is a talented guy. He did both of those previous two tunes, and you can tell that they are completely different. But yeah, just fun. Yeah. Negative 20, and I don't even remember what negative 20 is in Fahrenheit. I don't convert. I know what Fahrenheit is. I normally deal with temperatures in Fahrenheit unless I'm in Finland, in which case I know what they are, and because I see them on the things. I normally, I will say that 0 degrees Celsius is not cold, because it isn't. 0 degrees Fahrenheit is what I consider cold. And, I lived in the Midwestern U.S. where we got all of the cold from Canada coming down and going across the Great Lakes and picking up all the water and dumping it on our houses in the form of snow. So, yeah, the bonfires actually did help. They did. But as you do remember, it wasn't just that it was cold there. It was that when you went inside, it was in sort of a Quonset hut, and you couldn't really plug the holes, so the wind would kind of just go through. It was cold. Freeze Point was freaking cold. That's why it was called Freeze Point. Okay. Let's see. It's 16:23, and I actually have to go. No. Oh crap! I can't remember when I have to go to my dress rehearsal. 4:30. I think my dress rehearsal is at 6. Yes, that's right. So we have an hour and a half before I have to go, and I'm gonna. Yes. 0 degrees is cold if you're sitting in a drafty hall. Everything is colder if you have wind flying past you. Yes, that is absolutely the case. I'm going to check something real quick here on my... No, not that. I want to look and see the playlists on here. It's not showing me the playlist, so I'm just going to worry about that later. I made a playlist, and I was just going to throw that thing up for a bit, but I made several playlists. This actually, I'm going to play this track. I wanted to start the show with this track, and it selected another one. This is one of the few tracks that is not from Revision. This is actually from Evoke, but I don't think we play this track enough, and I think this is one of GLX-BLT's best tracks. I wanted to start the show with this one, so I want to play it now, because I didn't get a chance to do that.
Ja, du bist komplett raus.
And that was Abel 2029 by GLX BLT from Evoke 2010. There was a question about what is this all about, which is an excellent question, especially considering that right now on the stream, you just see a big hall with people wandering around. And actually, I'd like to know what that cutout is, what's on the other side. That actually looks like it's around the Cologne Scener's table. So, no, wait, actually, that might be the French table. I don't know. And I can't see it from this angle. And I'm not answering the question. It's a serious question. What is Revision about? Revision is a demo party which takes place at Easter in Saarbrücken, Germany. By being a demo party, that means that people who call themselves Demosceners go to a hall and make a celebration party of and competitions of stuff that they make, generally artistic, generally using computers, but it could also be handmade machinery. It could be still graphics done by using all sorts of different techniques using computers from the past 30 years. This includes ANSI art, ASCII art, pixel art, ray-traced graphics, 3D rendered graphics, executable graphics that are created by people writing programs. I could list a whole bunch of different stuff here. That may not actually answer your question. What you have to do is, later on, you'll see these competitions here. All these people here are here not just to talk to each other, and not just to drink beer, although there is that. But they're here to compete with each other and share techniques and make really cool stuff that will appear on the big screen, and it is a big screen. That you see it there on the Twitch thing in the front. I don't know the measurements of it, but that is a big freaking screen, and everything that we make that is non-audio, that is visual, or a combination of audio and visual, will be shown on that screen for all of us. And there will be cheering, and all of us will think it's awesome, and there will be lots of stomping and dancing and just a general celebration. It's really hard to explain. And believe me, all of us have had to explain to our significant others, to our parents, to our our co-workers, to our bosses, why are we going to Germany during Easter? Because this is awesome. We love this. We love doing this. We love putting this on. It's fun. It's creative. It's what we do. This is, in many cases, what we really do. Yeah, we do stuff for a living to make money. But this is what we really enjoy doing. In some ways, it's similar to game development, except that it's not. It's more like game development if you were making a movie. And in many ways, it's more like making a movie, except that it's not making a movie, it's using computers. And in other ways, it's not like any of that at all. We use anything we can get our hands on. Old computers, a lot of us have been doing this for a while. So you'll see computers like the Commodore 64 are still getting used. You will see the Amiga still getting used, because the Amiga was awesome, and still is. You'll see Atari still being used, 8 bits, 16 bits. You'll see early PCs being used. You will see modern PCs being used. There are graphics cards in the machines that are in our compo machines that are the top of the line things, meaning that they just got shipped to Germany for this party by some manufacturer, and they got held up at customs because they're that expensive. Anyway, that's what this is, and we really, really enjoy it. This is, however, the preparation for the evening's festivities, and more of a warm-up for everybody that already knows what it is. Later on tonight, you're going to see stuff. Right now, if you want to go and watch something else, this is not the most exciting time. But we promised that we're going to be playing some wicked music, and we can also answer more questions. I think it's probably enough questions for, or answer of that question for right now. So there you go. I actually did not look at the chat at all while saying all that, so there you go. Let's play another track. Yeah, let's play something from from JCO. That makes sense. And that was JCO's Carried Away. I shouldn't actually search while these are playing and find out which year the compos were from. But all of these tracks are once again from either Revision or from Breakpoint, the Easter parties that have taken place in Germany for the Demoscene since 2003. When like for example, the Abel track by GLX-BLT, that is one of the few exceptions that I have. I have one or two. That's my stuff. Other folks will bring their own playlists. There's going to be a few other folks that are involved with some stuff. I asked Ronnie if he would help out, and he told me he has quite a bit of music. I'm not going to say how many hours, but it's more than one. And I'm not exactly sure how he's going to set his thing up. I basically said we'd go freeform, and we'll see what happens with that. Subi is here. He was. Oh, he is still here. Say hi. Hi. You can almost hear him. He will actually be taking over here for a little bit. Did you have music to play? I'll ask him after I'm not going to do that. That was silly. I was going to turn around and ask him a question, and then you wouldn't be able to hear me or his response. Have to remember we're actually broadcasting and on the air. So I will do that. I'm going to have to go. Again, it's in an hour and a half. I don't need to worry. But I keep looking up at the clock and thinking, oh, no, I need to go, because I was thinking at 5 I had dress rehearsal. So that's that. I'll play another track. This is by, no, I'm going to switch. I'm going to switch out of there. This track is from Keith 303. This is from Breakpoint 09. It's called Stuck in the Beehive. So that was Stuck in the Beehive from Keith 303 from the last Breakpoint, which was in 2010. Wait a minute. Yeah, the last Breakpoint was 2010. Yes. Because I was thinking for a second there, but that Evoke track was from 2010, and blah, 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 but that was an Evoke track. Okay. Thank you, brain. Yes. Big Slide on the Big Screen Function 2017, September 8th through the 10th in Hungary. Function is a fantastic party, and if you've never been to Hungary, I recommend going to Function and visiting Budapest at the same time. It's fantastic, and I guess it's not all that expensive because it's in Hungary. You can get details on various things like this at demoparty.net. I actually hope that I see Poti here. I'm not sure that I will, but if I do see him, I want to talk to him about redoing the demoparty.net thing we talked about 2 years ago, and we really, really, really should do that because the back end is kind of falling apart. Okay. Now, and Assembly. Assembly actually has a slide this year. I am so happy about that. Assembly's been around for 25 years. It's one of the original big parties, and it's in Finland, in Helsinki, which means it's really close to where I live. Basically, I can walk to the party place from my apartment, and that makes it really awesome for me, and I'm very happy that that takes place, and we could use a lot more demos there. Everybody should just come to Assembly. It's great fun. There's also a thing called the Bouncy Castle. Oh, well, we'll just talk about it. We have Boozembly also. It's also awesome. When we're talking about Boozembly on Assembly TV, we're not allowed to actually refer to it, so we have to call it the Bouncy Castle or things like that. So you'll hear some of those in-jokes. But yeah, we totally have Boozembly, which is where, since you can't have any booze or alcohol inside the hall, and anywhere near the place, well, that's where it is. We have a separate place which exists for that.
Yep, and finally I will make it to it this year. It's only taken me long enough, but I'll have no excuse given I'll be living in Helsinki.
Yeah, considering that you'll actually be able to walk to it from your apartment as well. Yeah. I'm going to take a drink of this
what is that?
It's pomegranate stuff, which I got this basically for vitamin C. I'm making sure I don't get sick this year. So I'm also drinking things other than beer.
Good plan.
Miscellaneous Polish substances that may or may not have been sold in a store. I don't smoke anything, but I am kind of a sucker for, that alcohol looks interesting. You'll also see they're setting up stuff on the, probably for the Meteorics, but also for the opening ceremony, which will take place tonight. And I have no idea what the opening ceremony is, and I don't know if anybody else has planned anything either. I assume DFox has, but I don't know that it's any more than what normally happens with an opening ceremony, which is an hour beforehand they decide, yeah, we're that whole idea we have for that big thing, we don't have time for it, let's go on stage. Which can also be fun. Okay, I could talk more about other parties. I could talk more about the various music things. Zubi went to get something. Oh, he's back. He went to get liquid. I'm not doing very well at drinking this. CGI, say something.
I will say something. Yes.
Please.
I'll think of something to say whilst you drink that. In fact, I should probably do something similar myself.
I'm now out of liquid.
Oh well, you'll need to go get some more.
Liquid error is a problem.
Yeah, I'm in the same situation. Well, actually, that's not true. I've got some water, but that's not particularly interesting.
Anyway. Someone's asking about a MUD on the Twitch chat, and I'm actually interested in knowing if it uses ANSI graphics. But I'm going to ask that outside of the thing. So, folks, and I'm also going to flip through the other things. Does anybody have any additional questions about, say, the Meteorics, or what's going on here, or anything like that? Nope, not really seeing anything. I think people are mostly just getting into the hall and getting settled in, talking to folks, getting ready for what is going to be a fantastic 3.5 days, because we've already gone through half a day, pretty much. And there we go. So, yeah, we'll play another track. Again, I have a playlist here, and I'm gonna see if I can find the darn thing in a minute. But let's play something by Romeo Knight, because Romeo Knight is awesome. Here we go. So that was Romeo Night with Hammer Smashed Eggs. There's a couple more Romeo Night tracks in here. I haven't seen Romeo Night, but I know he's going to be here. Unfortunately, there aren't going to be too many Brainstorm guys that are here, but I did see Falcon earlier. Falcon brought his wife, and they came from Japan. So, yeah, we've got some folks from far away. Say something. I'm only asking you to say something primarily to make sure that actually that I can hear you.
Okay, can you hear this?
Not really.
Okay, I'll put CGI's helmet.
Yeah, that'll work. If you put CGI's headset, I was going to say helmet.
How's that?
That's
it.
much
Yes,
better.
I can hear me now as well.
Yeah,
yes.
that works better. Somebody's asking about the schedule. I don't believe that we're +2, but I better triple check. Bomba, you're normally at +1, but are you now at +2 because it's summertime? UTC.
I didn't understand the question.
The time zone that you are in is.
Yes, it's +2.
It's +2. So yes, +2 UTC for everything that is on the schedule. Just according to UTC, it's much better to do that. Okay. So, other than that question, does anybody have any questions that I could talk about for a little bit longer? Oh, you're very welcome. We're being thanked for being presenter voices, which is awesome. We do like doing this. Okay, so.
It's always a bit hard to explain on a Friday, isn't it? Because there isn't actually a tremendous amount going on.
No, there's just anticipation.
Yeah.
And knowing that this is going to be incredibly awesome, and also kind of wanting to go. I kind of want to be here to broadcast, but I also want to kind of like get everybody from outside inside and like share beer and so forth. But that would really be a problem here at the Compo studio. Basically, what would happen this is the Compo studio. This is the Beam team. What would actually happen is it would be more like like the aforementioned Polish party, which great fun, but much less serious, and thus certain things wouldn't happen. And believe me, you folks at home wouldn't be very upset if we do not run the combos.
Oh yeah,
we know that.
I think I'll be quite upset as well. I've just had a panic trying to upload 2 entries as well.
The network is working well, and I don't know of any crises that have happened so far. So we're pretty much due for one.
I've had one minor crisis. I think one of my other members of my demo group couldn't get his USB stick working on any laptop whatsoever.
Right.
But fortunately, it happened to work on mine after we left it in for about 5 minutes. So that was a minor panic averted there. But that's mostly Friday, really. People frantically uploading their entries.
Yeah, and then it'll also happen a bit tomorrow. There are people finishing their entries. I know that the 64K folks, I'm just going to prelude this. Look, everybody who is on the watching, listening in the IRCs and in the Twitch chat, or sharing this on Twitter or what have you, tomorrow evening is the 64K combo. Various people who made really good 64K, and last year was a good year for 64Ks.
Oh yeah.
Various groups and have basically said, okay,
it's on, basically.
Yeah, basically, Mercury. I think Conspiracy said to Mercury,
yep,
that okay, next year we own you, and then I think Mercury said something along the lines of bring it.
Yep.
Challenge accepted.
And then Logicoma said, oh, we're coming from Norway and Australia, and we're playing.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a stonking competition this year. I mean, was last year the first year we were on Twitch?
I think it was. I think it was the first year. Before that, we've been broadcasting ourselves, which does work. And I am a little concerned that we might run into somebody from Twitch might say, "Stop talking about beer," or this pants off thing, and I'll explain pants off later. This pants off thing has to go. And no, it's a demo party that doesn't go.
Yeah. Plus, it's not that type of pants, all right?
Well, no. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because in the UK, you actually make yeah. I don't even know what it is in Denmark. It might Denmark, TRSAC. Everybody needs to go to TRSAC. It's awesome, and Dwarf told me that they're kicking it up a notch again this year. So, Bomba, would you agree that TRSAC is an awesome party?
Oh, absolutely.
Is it worth driving to from Finland?
Yes.
I've done that. Which is the longer distance. You guys drive there from Hamburg. You've been doing that for what, 6 years now?
Yeah, probably not all together in a big big bus, like 9 people.
Yeah.
But the bus, the Saufbus, has been going there for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, and I have been there without the Saufbus, but most of the people from the Saufbus, but without the actual bus, for 1 or 2 years more.
Yeah, the Danes know how to both throw a serious party and it's a great party. Fantastic celebration as well. Hey, look, hairy guy, and there's a CGI, and there's a Subi, and there's a Bomba. Hi, everybody. So I've completely lost it. Well, I was talking about TRSAC and then the Danes, and we were talking about being possibly I was concerned that maybe we're going to get censored. So I would really prefer that, because I mean, it's a demo party. We're going to do what we always do.
Should we go back to talking about the 64K competition again?
Yes, that's what we should get back to. So 64K competition. I found out that there's a group involved with it that I knew that part of why Conspiracy and Mercury were concerned is because the folks from Approximate had their 64K, which has been in the works for several years now. And they told me that at one point that they were going to go to, even though, because 64K compo no longer is at Assembly, they were saying, well, we're going to show up at Assembly, and even though there isn't a 64K compo, we're going to enter our 64K in the demo compo, and we're going to win. So that demo, or that 64K, will also be in this competition, and that's why Mercury and Conspiracy are upping their game to take that on. And then I know of another group who hasn't had a 64K for a while that I just found out is in this compo. We might have a couple other folks just because there's that much competition, and it's going to be high level. This is okay. If they don't all bring it, it's going to be a problem because there's so much hype for this. But this is going to be a tremendous 64K compo. You really want to see this one. So that'll be tomorrow night. You need to see that.
I do remember after last year's, I went. We were sitting. It was in the results on Monday when they were getting read out, and I was browsing Facebook in a daze while we were listening to the results. And all of a sudden, one of my bosses comes on the line and shares the Conspiracy demo.
Right.
And basically says, "You've got to look at this. This is absolutely amazing. I saw it on Twitch last night." And that's.
Hey, boss,
and this year,
live.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I said. Right. I said, by the way, they just won. No, sorry, it was Mercury won, wasn't it?
Right.
Told you I was in a daze.
Yeah.
But yeah, it going out on Twitch has really pushed this, I think. And the 64K is, I don't know, I always prefer that to the main PC demo, do you?
It depends on there are years where the 64Ks are good, but then you'll have a few things in the demo compo that are just really astounding.
Yeah.
And then you'll have years where neither one of them are as good, and then the Amiga combo blows everything out of the water.
Yeah.
That does happen.
The solution is to watch everything, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
And oh, look, there's an Oers.
Hey.
Hello, Oers. Hi there, not Oers. Come on, do you want to be on camera? Yes, you should have a ear. Say things. Say. Yes. I'm trying to give a microphone to a Finn. It's
No,
I'll
for crying out loud.
on the air and
it doesn't
with
happen.
video stream.
Yes. Yeah. For some reason, we're on the video.
Hello, Internet.
So, Urs, we
Yes.
were just talking about something called a 64K compo.
That is apparently a thing that is going to happen, yes.
Yes. Would you know of any sort of thing that we should be? Would you say people should watch for that tomorrow?
You never know. It might be, it's a compo. A compo is like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're going to get.
Yes.
It might be that everybody did 4K this year. But as far as I know, we can expect a number of groups that were not in it before to show up to challenge the big names.
Yeah.
And then there are, of course, the big names that try to defend.
Right. Yep.
As far as I've heard, certain Hungarians are already very, very tired from working too much.
Oh dear.
And then there are certain German groups which are working a lot. And then there are Dutch people, and then there are other Hungarians.
Wait a minute. Oh, I forgot about the Dutch people.
There are
That's
Dutch
right.
people.
There's the Dutch people that are getting
We have
involved
Dutch
with
people.
this. Pooh Brain and Inke are
There is a fusion of what used to be Bubrem and Inke, and it's going to take over the world.
Yeah, and then Fell was actually saying, whatever happened to horology? And I'm like, actually, they might actually show up.
I have no idea.
We don't actually know what happened to it, but I mean, they might. And heck, we haven't heard from Brain Control in a while.
I've seen the Brain Control people already. They are here.
Are they working on something? Do they?
I have zero idea.
Right.
We have Mercury and Brain Control have had an extended battle over the last couple of years, so we are not actually talking to each other, which is actually kind of sad. So, dear Brain Control people, if you listen to this, we like you. Please don't war anymore. Maybe. So I'm now going to first go around and say hello because I just arrived.
Yes,
and then
you should totally do that. Thank you very much for coming up here.
Yeah, I'll be back soon. Once I've signed all this stuff for the meteorics.
Actually, you and I are both responsible for that type of thing.
I'm more responsible.
Yeah, you're absolutely more responsible. Usually, if you want to say a few words about that, I'd really like that. I said some earlier, but I would like folks to hear a little bit more about that from maybe somebody that's a little less enthusiastic and maybe
I'm
more.
I'm always enthusiastic.
No, I was not saying you weren't enthusiastic. I was more on point, more able to sell the story without going off on 7 tangents.
Okay, 3 tangents then.
Yeah.
I can do that in about half an hour. I first have to go around, then come back, sign the actual certificates, and then inform you about what I've signed while being vague enough that you still remain excited.
Right. Unfortunately, I did. Somebody leaked one of them to me, but please, yes, I don't want to hear the rest of them.
I am the only one who knows all of them, and I'm not going to leak any.
Good. Excellent.
All right, see you around.
Okay, that's great. I have 2 microphones. I am scared I am going to actually cause a loop. Okay.
Unless you stick it under your ear, I don't think that's going to happen. So.
The funny thing is somebody's asking in the channel, is somebody good at both simulation and pure geometrical math? And we just had Urs talking.
Yes, yeah. That guy is.
Yeah. And his group. And then, all right, folks, that was Urs of various groups. I didn't ask if Stroboholics was going to have an entry, but I should have. Okay. We should play another track because we were talking for a while.
Yeah.
I'll grab. Oh, hey, we'll play a Wayfinder thing. No, actually, I'm going to play a Xander Pills track, which is actually Pinza. It depends on whether Pinza is calling himself Xander Pills or Pinza. But anyway, great guy. And this is Xander Pills and the Illusion Orchestra with Hermene. am not sure what the drumming is that's in the hall right now. I was kind of taken aback when the ambient mic picked up, and I'm like, boom, 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 and I'm like, because I've got the headphones on here, and I wasn't hearing that until just now. That kind of distracting.
It's the usual cheesy rave sound system in the house, I think.
Yeah. Kanuki hasn't set up his yet, has he?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, there are a couple folks that bring additional sound systems, and they just put them up in the hall, and they just start playing stuff. It does get pretty wild.
There's a shop window dummy out there this year.
I was thinking, I can't see it with these glasses. I'll have to switch to my other glasses. I'll have to find my other glasses. I
seriously thought that was somebody posing on a table when I first saw that.
That is actually a cardboard cutout of Aki.
I thought it might be a cardboard cutout of Aki, but I'm now really concerned because I don't know where my glasses are. Oh, they're in my pocket because I put them in my pocket so I wouldn't lose them. I need more beer. Okay, so I should take care of that problem by playing a long track. Traditionally, the long track problem is solved by starting up from the Sound Scene Volume 2, but we're not going to do that because I don't even have it.
Well, I do.
Okay.
All right.
So if you need like 28 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. we could totally do that. Okay, I'm switching there, and now I'm looking, and that is a thing of Aki. Now, that had better not be the only thing of Aki we see this weekend. Aki had better be here.
Yeah, I heard he's on a bus somewhere.
Good.
So
okay, he's on a bus.
It will probably happen
because I remember like last year he was in the States in Utah or something.
Yeah,
and that's. He loves going there and visiting and stuff, but it was revision, so he needed to be here.
Yeah, he really needs to get his priorities straight.
He doesn't even have to be on stage announcing stuff.
That is true.
There's other people that can do that, like Moki or Aki lookalikes.
At the very least, we can have you standing behind that cutout.
Yes, that is always a thing that is possible, but I don't like to bring it up because then there's the possibility that somebody will say, okay, we're not going to allow you to do no, you're going, no, go away from step away from the microphone. Okay. Swapping back to the glasses that I can see. Don't have really crappy eyes. It's bad for you. Let's see if there's more stuff. I know that in the Twitch chat there's beginning to start a... here's an announcement, just in case anybody knows where Fizzer is. Fizzer, get to the Purix desk. Fizzer, get to the Purix desk. Ham, I'm hoping Ham of Software Failure is actually here, but he probably isn't. And I would really, it would be awesome if Ham showed up and entered a Amiga 64K in the PC compo. I think that Frankie would probably say, no, that probably isn't allowed. But I would allow it. I would totally do it, even though there'd be people that would complain. But there's always people that complain.
I can see we've got Ludum there in the Twitch chat here. Is that on this weekend?
Yes. Actually, that's next weekend, and we should talk about that.
Yes.
It's next. Yes, that's Mike. He's the main guy behind it.
Yep.
And he actually pays attention to when he always pays attention to when revision is, and when assembly is, and when evoke is, and so forth, so that the Ludum Dare compo does not take place that same weekend.
Yeah, it's been a few years since I took part in it, but I get the feeling I'll probably come to a demo party first.
Yeah, it's he's also an old C64 guy.
All right, cool.
So of course he was NTSC because he's in the part of the world that uses NTSC stuff. But the reason why Ludum Dare is referred to as a compo is because of the Demoscene.
Oh.
So yeah, there is some intertwining there, and also it's good to have him and other folks that are doing indie games and that have roots in the Demoscene or are interested in the Demoscene watching and providing feedback. And of course, there's a lot of people that are doing Demoscene stuff that also do Ludum Dare, or they pick up on the whole, like doing things regularly every couple of months just to keep your skills going. That's very much something that people have picked up on from that and tried to work it into, well, their life, and that of course includes the Demoscene.
Yeah.
So yeah.
The good old 64, my first computer. Yes, it was for a lot of people around here.
My first computer was a Timex Sinclair 1000, which was the U.S. version of the ZX81.
Yeah, which was my first computer.
The ZX81 had, or ZX81, sorry. The ZX81 had 1K and a 1K of memory, and the Timex Sinclair had a whopping 2K of memory. That was its upgrade.
You even got better memory than we did, honestly.
Well, but I think yours was PAL.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Ours was NTSC. Black and white. No sound. Well, it could generate sound, but it was only basically generating sound so it would save stuff to the cassette port. No disk drives. Anybody saying that we're old? No. We just remember stuff. Okay. So, yes, and I was just saying to Ham of Software Failure that, he's got an Amiga WinUAE in front of him and a real Amiga 1200 nearby. And I said, that's perfect, except that he's not here, and we're sorry that he's not here. Ham's one of the Spanish sceners. Greets to everybody in Spain, and of course, anybody that's in South America or in Mexico. I have not seen any of my friends from De La Alama, which was a demo group that was in Mexico. I haven't seen them for a long time. I hope really one day they just walk into Revision, and they're like, yeah, we were this demo group in Mexico. Nobody remembers us, and I'll be like,
Truck does. Truck remembers.
You did Luchador. You won the Crass compo out of Australia in like 1996, and they'll be like, okay, we're scared now. I've done that to people. Of course, way too much. Some people say that I'm just a little obsessed. I'm not. I'm just a fan.
You are the human Wayback Machine, Truck.
I would be if my brain was still operating at full efficiency, but with the. We're just going to say that, maybe tired.
Too much loud music.
Yeah, that might be it. Okay, so, anyway, there was some stuff that was going on in the Twitch chat. It looked like we were about to do some stuff where some people were going to talk about actually creating some stuff using Shader Toy. So that might happen. But on top of that, as a really bad segue, later on tonight, there will be the first bits of the live shader the live coding compo.
The Shader Showdown.
Essentially, yeah, Shader Showdown. You'll have two guys on stage playing while people are playing. There will be two guys on stage coding while guys are playing music in the background. They will use that music as a source that they can generate some effects on the screen. Either they can use it or they don't have to. And then they will make something in a half hour. They get a half hour to just start and complete, and then people head-to-head, it will judge head-to-head which is the best. I think that's I think it's, well, I don't know. It might actually be on the official application now or on the website, but I think it traditionally has been with clapping.
They've got an applause-o-meter up in the organizers' booth.
Anyway, that compo thing will start this evening, the first rounds, and then tomorrow will be in the afternoon. There will be the other. There's an Aki! I see an Aki, and
Aki's
I see an
here.
RC-55.
Where
Yes,
is he?
there's an Aki and there's an RC-55. they're here. That's awesome. And there's a Moki and a See, the guys that are going at home that are like, I don't even know why. Why is the hairy old guy talking so much? Well, nobody knows that answer. But the reason why we're so excited is because we have a lot of our friends who are here who we haven't seen in a while.
So the party can start now.
Yeah, essentially, we already started the party.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, now they're joining, and that's going to be great. So yeah, and we want you to come here, and we want you to participate and do neat stuff. We're going to show you some neat stuff soon. And a great place, if you haven't even seen any of this stuff, will be all the stuff that is featured in the Meteorics. You'll see that stuff. There will be a show of it tomorrow, but there's a link at meteorics.org. I'm wondering if the Twitch bot is going to delete my saying the meteorics.org from the audio and the video thing. But anyway, that's it. You know, you keep coming around with this camera. Here, I'll show the camera. This camera keeps going around everywhere, and every time I think it's somebody giving me a beer. It's very, very. I'm like, oh, good, a beer. No, that's not a beer.
It practically looks like a beer.
I think I should go and get a liquid.
Yeah.
Oh look, and to prevent possible hearing damage, this is the do not buy a Lenovo cheap tablet. They're crap. Let's see if there's a track that is. I'll sort this by
length.
Sort by. File size, duration. Yes, sort by duration. So we're going to go to the top, and oh look, there's a bunch of these things that are 0. So I guess I go to the bottom. Whoops. Here's a 7-minute track, which I actually didn't preview. Well, let's hope this is good. It was in a compo, so theoretically, but I didn't preview this one. So, but you know, the answer is I'm going to go get beer, and if everybody is really, really hating it,
there's a Saga Music one just above it if you want to play it. So.
That's right. Yeah. If it gets too bad, then you just that'll work. So I'm just going to put this on, and then I'm going to go get a beer.
Didn't want to play that part of that track, but never mind. But maybe I should have just left it going. But okay, Truck has gone off to refill his beer.
I think he's mostly going to say hello to an awful lot of people.
Yep, there'll be an awful lot of people he will be saying hello to, that's for sure. Truck knows everyone, and absolutely everyone knows Truck.
Yep.
Which is
We should just position him by the front door for the whole of Friday, so you can just say hello to everybody as they come through.
Yep, the official sort of greeter. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we can pick another track. Maybe I could just randomly pick one. Or if you see anything in here which you think is worthwhile, then just.
But, I'll just check in the Twitch chat room. Has anyone got any other questions? Again, doesn't look like it. Oh, the entire timetable is UTC +2.
Yep.
Okay, for anybody. Because we are deep in the heart of Europe here.
Indeed. And whilst most things will probably be mostly on time, be prepared for some last-minute changes and whatnot, because things do happen. Some competitions take longer just to run than expected if there's a high number of entries, or sometimes there's just the odd technical mishap and stuff like that. So
it does have to be said that sometimes they will completely rearrange the timetable as well.
Yeah, that has happened.
Because we forget the organisers see the demos before we do, and they may decide, the entries for this competition are more awesome than the entries to that one, so we'll have those later.
Yep. So be prepared for things to potentially change, or just keep an eye on the timetable if you're kind of looking out to do anything in particular, to watch anything in particular. Okay, let's get some kind of track on the go here. Of this enormous selection.
Okay, we just had a request for more Little Bitched. Have we got any of his on there?
We probably do. Let's have a look. There's only one track, which I'm assuming we've already had. Did we already have that one played? Do you know?
Unfortunately, I couldn't tell you that one.
Okay. So either I can play it, or I can choose something else.
Play it, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Let's just play it.
Verify that final telemetry check. Start your test now. Scan track 3, 2, 1. Mark.
Second level check for ambient temperature variations. Yes, sir. Saturation. You got 2 minutes. Then get going. Something you may never understand. These days, challenges all over. Everybody wants to be number one. And something must be cooking. You're drinking someone's drink. It's your move. Come on.
Oh, I don't have. Yes, now I have. I'm being brought up. Oh, these are my glasses.
There.
That's not a microphone. This is a microphone. We're getting resituated here.
I'm not sure if there's enough headphones.
Possibly not.
I'll go and get mine. All right.
Okay. We have. Hi. We're totally organized. We were just discussing the upcoming hours and so forth. There's Frankie and I and Subi will talk about stuff for a while, and then Frankie and I have to go, and we have to prepare things and like the meteorics. Also, do tell me if I'm getting too loud. I'm so excited about stuff that I'm getting really loud. Okay. So we have to go prepare some stuff, and that'll take about an hour, and then we're going to be into the evening's activities, like the opening ceremony, the meteorics, the Citrix. No, Citrix isn't playing. Genio and Will Be, and Demo Vibes Live, the Shader Showdown version 1. That's not the name of it.
Qualification.
The first round.
Yeah, the first round of the thing.
Of the Shader Showdown soon.
That's true. I cannot hear Frankie in his mic.
That's because he was muted.
There we go. Try saying some more.
Say some more.
Yeah, I can sort of hear you now. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We're going to go. And so what I'm going to ask you guys in the channel to do is, while we're gone, we're going to go back to the rotational for that hour. Unless you want to play with twos. If you want to play twos, I'm good with that. Okay.
No, we'll stick with the rotation.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to go back to the rotational for an hour. And then we're gonna go live. But during that hour, when I'm not here, everybody in the chat, keep the hype up. Explain to newcomers what on earth this is. And there's going to be a bunch of them because it's on Twitch, people, and I don't know what category we're in. We might be in the life category. We might be in the creativity category. We might be in the fat, hairy, old guy is talking on the stream category.
What category?
I don't know that that's a real category, but I figured that
during the thing. I know where I am.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm having trouble hearing you, so I don't actually know exactly what you said.
Well, talk to the guy who's pushing the buttons over there.
Okay, we're sort of. Repeat what you said so that the fat hairy guy understands it.
That if you're looking for where we'll be in the thing later tonight, I know where I will be.
Oh no! I was talking about where the stream in the Twitch categorization. Yes, Frankie and I will, and several other people will be at the we will be drinking Belgian stuff at a Belgian beer seminar, which is an important seminar that needs to happen, and we're very excited for it. I hadn't mentioned it, but that's where we're going to be for a while. And after that, then there's going to be Demo Vibes Live. So that's the evening. So there's a lot of stuff coming, but we're going to go back to the when we have to go away. We're going to go to the rotational for an hour. I did see a Citrix. I did see I saw a Ricky Martin. I saw a Garguy. I saw a Ferris. I saw a Hoffman. I saw a Savannah. I saw Lou Gour earlier today. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I saw all those people out in the. That's why it took me a while, because I started talking to people. I do that apparently. All right, folks. Let's look at the chat, see if there's anything going on here. How to skin a Nightbot. Yeah, that sounds like a good demo name. Okay, we're in the creative group. Okay.
Okay, well, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. We have, yeah, thing going on over there. People are talking about X-ray shielding. And we have people from Rift talking to each other in the Scene Set channel. So yes. I'm being asked.
Somebody's asking if Oki has a function. Yes, sorry.
In general, I'm not sure. At Revision this year, I'm also not sure. I also haven't said hello to Aki. I need to do that, and I might find out then. I know that the Aki cutout is actually has a function, and that is to probably go on stage for everything. We need to get that Aki cutout on stage for just about everything. Like just plop it right. I totally should do. We should do that. We should go for the meteorics. We should just get that Aki thing and just drop it in the middle of the stage.
That can be arranged.
I think we do that. This, if you can see it, is the backside of the flyer for Evoke, the demo party that I was talking about earlier in Cologne. But this is just awesome. I'm sorry that it's not really reflecting all that well in the stream thing, but this is a wicked flyer. Anyway, enough playing with the flyer.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we play another track?
Yeah, sure. Okay. I think so.
Let's see here. We'll play. We're gonna group by artist, sort by name, and then why is we're gonna switch to the other player or the other thing because CGI likes this player, and I think it's really great for some stuff, but it appears to want to cause me no end of problems. And so we are going to switch to this. I don't know that one's going to work. That's not seemingly working.
Most dangerous place in the world. The key.
What happens when life breaks down?
There we go.
All right, my player has decided that it, wants to work with me in odd ways.
We were talking about the 64K competition earlier,
Yes, we
were we
were.
not, Truck? Okay, well, I've got a tweet here from Conspiracy. Okay, and off we go to Revision Party, now crossing the Hungarian-Austrian border. They're coming. Intro coding in a van, hashtag.
Yeah. I talked with Boise when he got here, and he's been doing that. He was also saying he was happy to be inside and not outside in the sun, which could hurt his ability to function.
Are you basically saying the demo scene is comprised entirely of vampires?
He was also explaining that he actually was one. They had to remove some of his teeth. The things you learn about scenery. Very much.
I did have a Finnish guy threaten to remove some of my teeth once, but I'm pretty certain it wasn't a medical reason.
What brought that on? Or is that,
Nothing, it was just a total lie, don't worry about that.
Right.
Yeah, it might have been that either you it might have been that you thought you were an Atari scener, and that
Yes.
that would do it from some of the Finnish guys. Also, mad props out to the Atari sceners out there. I actually haven't seen it. I've seen Havoc, but I haven't seen Felice or CIH. And I hope to see CIH.
Felice is not going to make it this year, I'm afraid.
I don't understand those words.
Felice.
No,
you just said you hope to see Felice. Felice is not going to make it.
Come out your mouth, but you can't process it.
Okay, Felice is. No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, so apparently Felice is delayed, and
by approximately 1 year.
Yeah, by approximately 1 year. Yes. So Felice, we hope you get here soon, before next year. But yeah. Okay, so apparently there's a seminar stream popping up. No Life, no, we're not going to go, 3 days non-stop live, yes, but not 3 days non-stop live truck talking or truck playing music. But we're going to go to the rotational thing, which will play music from our a selection of Demoscene and Demoscene related music for about an hour, and then we'll have some live events, and we'll have some other things happening this evening. But yes, we, as in the Revision Party, will be streaming 24 hours a day. There will be some downtime when people are sleeping, but you're basically looking at a party for 3 days straight. Grab some beers and enjoy it with us. And ask questions. If you're like, how can I get involved? Absolutely ask that question. Okay.
There was, speaking of getting involved, I mean, there was a thread on Puit recently, wasn't there? There was, there usually is. There's somebody asking how to get involved in the demo scene. And I don't know, people often, newbies, to use the word, they often think it's a big complicated thing. It isn't. Do something. That is pretty much it.
Yeah.
We haven't, I'm sorry, CGI, I'll shut up.
No, I don't have anything more to say. You carry on. I'm sure you say something far more interesting. But
I'm gonna run my mouth all the time. Somebody other than me should say something.
Well, yeah, but it's absolutely true. Like with the demo scene, there's not, you don't have to come in here and be able to, code the really amazing things that you're going to see later on during this weekend. You can just get stuck in and just start messing around with stuff, because that's ultimately what a lot of it is about. Really, it's just experimenting and seeing what you can do, and showing off what you've found from your experiments. So don't be afraid to basically just get stuck in and just start messing around, you know. And as far as like the demo scene and demo parties go, there's plenty of kind of opportunities to get involved, even if you're not much of a coder, such as myself. Whereas I come to parties and I just love, you know, the event side of it, getting everything up and running, and scene sat, getting all that working and everything else. So, you know, I feel, you know, very happy that I'm contributing to the scene in some way, even if it's not actually coding.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Bomba, you just got a shout out on Twitch.
That's
very nice.
But no, so if you want to get involved in the demo scene, get involved in the demo scene. There really is no other way to go about it. We have, I mean, there's entries at Revision that are coded in Unreal 4 engine. There's demos coded in IRC script, things like that. There's plenty of demos coded in Java and JavaScript.
Yep.
But I mean, seriously, if you can code in it, code a demo in it, basically.
Yeah. And if you have it, if you have a device that you actually like working with, don't just work with it. Okay, it doesn't matter what platform, what language, whatever. Just be creative. Somebody will support it. Now, I'm going to preface this. I'm going to put a suffix onto the end of this. There are also going to be a bunch of people that. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Okay. Okay, apparently we have to stop now because the 8-bit philosophy part 2 is now being shown. And so...
which I guess we're broadcasting?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, well, that solves that problem. Folks, hey, we're not gonna go to the rotational. It's the 8-bit philosophy 2. And now we're going to shut up. I didn't think we were allowed to show that.
Hello and welcome. Before we officially start Revision 2017, we will do a screening of the second part of the 8-bit philosophy, a documentary on the good and or bad guys of software piracy. So come to the main stage and enjoy the movie. Have fun!
Just to make a crowd, just go.
Mein erster Kontakt mit der Szene war über Disketten. Ich habe eine Diskette reingelegt und es kam dann ein Intro von einer Group.
I'm Pontus Berg. I was known as Bacchus of Fairlight.
My scene handle that I is Indian, I was a cracker back then, programmer, cracker, that was my passion.
Ich bin Leiter von TSI und bin seit 30 Jahren in der Szene und das ist auch die schönste Zeit meines Lebens.
Well, my name is Steve Anthony Williams. I'm an e-commerce professional nowadays, but in the past I was Steve of Laser, Zenith, Avantgarde and Success in the Ruling Company on the Commodore 64.
Ich heiße Jürgen Brunner. Ich betreibe heutzutage eine TV- und Videoproduktionsfirma.
Ja, ich nannte mich oder nenne mich immer noch Gothic Man von Alpha Flight. Ich muss jetzt mal sagen, ich glaube nicht, dass das die schönste Zeit meines Lebens war, aber eine sehr interessante.
Also Cracken ist eigentlich ganz einfach. Die Softwarehersteller bauen Mechanismen in ihren Spielen ein, die verhindern, dass du eine Kopie von einem Spiel anfertigen kannst, die dann auch laufen würde.
So cracking for me was like, it was a competition, you could say.
Other people do it and you compete with them. Who makes the best version?
Since some of them were quite destructive to the actual program itself, some cracks are actually better than the original versions. So in a way it's a service to the people. But of course it also makes it possible to not have to buy stuff.
Cracken heißt im Prinzip nichts anderes, als dass du diesen Kopierschutz entfernst, damit die Spiele ungehindert verbreitet werden können.
Im Grunde ist es analog zu Archäologie.
Das ist so ein bisschen wie höher, schneller, weiter. Wer ist der Erste? Wer hat die besten Kontakte? Wer hat den besten Cracker? Wer kann das neue Spiel als erstes auf dem illegalen Markt präsentieren? Darum geht's.
Everyone try to get originals, to crack it and to spread it as fast as they can.
Man weiß, dass etwas da ist, ein Teil eines Codes, der in anderem Code geschützt ist, den man gerne haben möchte. Das ist quasi die Wüste da hinten.
Ich hatte immer den Eindruck, dass zumindest am Anfang die Sache so abgelaufen ist, dass die meisten Leute eine eher anarchistische Einstellung hatten.
I think the other aspect of cracking the game is to prove that you could do it and you could do it better than somebody else.
Man hat Werkzeuge und manchmal stellt man fest, dass die Werkzeuge nicht richtig funktionieren oder nicht richtig ausreichen. Dann muss man sich überlegen, dass man sich neue Werkzeuge zusammenschraubt.
Ich habe später den Leuten über die Schulter geguckt und habe gesehen, dass die Cracker selber programmierte Tools benutzt haben, um zu cracken.
In our sense, it was like, for me it was like doing the graffiti, being seen and being spread.
An eines erinnere ich mich, da hatte jemand gesehen, wie der PC an sich den Code abgearbeitet hat. Und das hatte er sozusagen in ganz langsamer Form gesehen.
Und guckt, ob man überhaupt dieses Konstrukt rausgelöst kriegt aus dem Kontext des Produktes, in dem es beschützt ist.
Es hört sich jetzt blöd an, aber man kommt sich so ein bisschen vor wie so ein kleiner digitaler Ganove. Man macht was Böses und über die Konsequenzen macht man sich eigentlich gar keine Gedanken.
Er hatte mir damals gesagt, das ist ein Breaker. Der hat also um das Tausendfache das verlangsamt, damit ein Mensch sehen konnte, wie der Prozess ist.
Could you grab the whole game from the protection and put your intro at fast and then get it spread?
Und dann ist es so ein bisschen so wie mit der Zwiebel in der Küche. Man weint dann auch oft nachts alleine, weil man halt Schalen abschält und am Ende guckt, dass man das, was innen drin ist, nicht zerstört hat.
Es war ja in erster Linie Spaß, so ein Spiel zum Beispiel zu spielen. Und dann stellt sich die Frage, warum soll ich limitiert werden in meinem Anspruch auf Spaß?
I suppose it's a bit of showing off, really, just to see if you do a better job.
I got my first Commodore 64 at the Christmas of 84, 85.
Angefangen hat das im Grunde im Kaufhaus. Da hat man dann Leute kennengelernt, die ähnliche Interessen hatten.
I started the scene in, you could say, 1987, and I probably started in a very different way.
Es war eigentlich ein totaler Zufall.
Mein erster Kontakt zur Szene, wenn ich ganz ehrlich bin, eigentlich auch über ein Kaufhaus gelaufen.
Ich bin damals Skateboard gefahren, sehr leidenschaftlich, und wir hatten hier in der Gegend eine Skateboardbahn.
Ich habe auch Leute kennengelernt, die damals also mir erzählt haben, dass es schon irgendwie in den 80ern irgendwann, dass es da so Treffpunkte gab vor bestimmten Computern bei Horten zum Beispiel, wir kommen aus der gleichen Stadt, der Bürger nicht. Und die haben sich da getroffen und haben dann da die Software getauscht. Ne?
Wenn ich dann die Leute gefragt habe, woher eigentlich die diese Disketten haben, woher die Dinge kommen, konnte das niemand beantworten. Und das war etwas Geheimes.
Und an diesem Startplatz, wo jeder losgefahren ist, da lagen plötzlich eines Tages so ein kleiner Stapel C64-Disketten.
I wasn't a computer kid, I was more like hanging around in gangs, painting graffitis.
Da hatte ich gerade einen ganz neuen Amiga 500 irgendwie mir zusammengespart oder vom Konfirmationsgeld bekommen und habe dann da so einen Amiga gesehen und da lief da die ganze C90-Demo von Red Sector.
Ich war damals in Düsseldorf in mehreren legalen Mailboxen und dann meinte ein Typ zu mir, der hieß Brainy, ja, er hätte da Zugang zu illegalen Boards.
It fell over to be a police case where we got arrested and I got a lot of restrictions on my life.
Hab dann versucht, so ganz vorsichtig herauszufinden, wem gehört dieser Diskettenstapel und zu welcher Person, die jetzt hier auch auf der Bahn irgendwo rumfährt, gehört der.
So it started a little with games, more or less, and then it was more not the actual playing the game, it was more actually the contact of getting the game that was interesting.
Und es stellte sich dann heraus, dass das ein Musiker war von einer Szenegruppe damals.
Und er hat mich dann da eingeführt und hat dann für mich referiert, hat dann gesagt, hier, der ist okay. Und dann war ich dann innerhalb von kürzester Zeit in, weiß ich nicht, 20 Boards von TSI in allen möglichen Gruppen drin.
Und das war das erste Mal, dass ich gemerkt habe, da gibt es noch was anderes außer die Spiele.
Das waren die neuesten Sendings quasi, die er gerade von der Post abgeholt hatte damals und die er da eben hingelegt hatte.
Da war mir bewusst, irgendwann möchte ich auch mal dazugehören.
Wir kamen dann ins Gespräch und der hat mich dann plötzlich eingeladen, so, hey, komm doch mit das nächste Mal zu unserem Gruppenmeeting. Wir machen wöchentlich am Hauptbahnhof im Burger King ein Gruppenmeeting, wo dann immer die neuesten Informationen und die neuesten Neuigkeiten halt ausgetauscht werden.
Und damals wusste ich muss in Kontakt treten. Und so wie das nun mal ist, wenn man mit etwas in der Gruppe in Kontakt treten möchte, wenn man sich wirklich Mühe gibt, findet man diese Leute auch.
Das war der Schlüsseltag für mich und der Einstieg in die Szene.
Und wenn man dann so ein Spiel spielen wollte, hat dann die Group, die den Kopierschutz entfernt hatte, dann vorne ein Intro gesetzt.
I went through the phases that I guess most people did. Play games for a year, and then I saw the intros and how do they do that?
Am Anfang hat man sich eigentlich gar nichts dabei gedacht, weil man es gar nicht verstanden hatte, was man da so vor sich hat. Wir waren da ja so 11, 12 und man wusste, dass man an raubkopierte Spiele rankommen kann, wenn man jemand anderen kennt, der auch Spiele hat. Aber wo die genau herkommen und wer die Leute sind, die in Umlauf bringen und so weiter, das war alles völlig im Dunkeln. Also das waren eigentlich rätselhafte Botschaften aus einer fremden Welt, diese Intros.
In the beginning it wasn't that important more than just changing the load screen or whatever. That's the only thing you did to present yourself.
When I first started, I wouldn't have been able to write a really flashy intro. My programming experience was more about the nuts and bolts than the appearance.
Es war für mich eine Faszination, wie diese gecrackten Versionen, diese Spiele entstanden sind, was da notwendig ist dazu und wieso das so dann am Ende ausschaut, wie es ausgeschaut hat.
But as it came along, he realized that something more needs to be shown here, that we're the good guys and we're the best in this. So the intros started to grow more and more.
Dann kam dann so ein Group Name, der knallte dann vorne drauf und dann kam dann eine richtig coole Musik, natürlich, die waren ganz stolz. Und dann wollte ich wissen, was ist das? Wer ist das überhaupt?
Ja, man hat sich ja dann jahrelang im Endeffekt, ist man diesen Intros immer wieder begegnet, die wurden immer ausgefeilter und dann stand da ja hier German Cracking Service, grüßt Eaglesoft.
Die hatten sich immer zur Angewohnheit gemacht, sogenannte Scrolltexte dort zu implementieren. So wie man so einen Star Wars Scroller kennt, ging das dann bei dir von rechts nach links. Und dann stand da drauf, was so bei denen passierte, wer momentan der Leader war, wo man anrufen konnte, um die zu kontaktieren.
Es wurde irgendwann auch klar, dass es neu gekaufte Spieler mittlerweile in der Regel einen Kopierschutz haben und dass es offensichtlich Leute gibt, die sich damit beschäftigen, diesen Kopierschutz auszuhebeln.
Und dort habe ich dann immer gelesen, wer diese Jungs sind, wo die eigentlich herkommen und die haben eine eigene Sprache verwendet.
Es hat so was Anrüchiges, irgendwie so den Ruf von was Illegalem.
War dann wirklich so, dass ich in den Intros eher mehr daran interessiert war als an den Games, die dahinter waren.
I mean, I could have written one, but the problem was I had the graphical talent of a dead fish. So to create something that looks nice wasn't going to happen.
Boah, ich verstehe zwar überhaupt nicht, was die sagen, aber ich finde das cool.
Groups back in the old days, in the mid 80s and late 80s, were often comprised of quite local setups that you had.
Also du brauchst damals wie heute eigentlich gar nicht so viele Leute. Du brauchst den Original Supplier, der die Originale besorgt.
The supplier is a key portion of this chain. Or a key component of the process.
From the beginning, you basically had your little group quite close together, which means that if you got hold of an original that wasn't cracked for some reason, which also was a bit hard to actually see because you didn't know exactly what has been released everywhere because the swapping wasn't that fast.
Hab dann auch angefangen bei verschiedenen Software-Großhändlern Originale zu supplyen. Sprich, ich bin dann mit meiner Ente, der TSI-Supplier hatte einen Mercedes, aber der hatte halt das Problem, der hat bei der Telekom gearbeitet, der musste also bis 17 Uhr arbeiten, dann konnte er erst losfahren.
Sometimes we had people working in shops, sometimes we had people who lived in the UK where the originals typically emerged first.
The only way of communicating was really mail. Snail Mail.
Und ich hatte halt die Ente und konnte dann schon nachmittags hinfahren. Und dann kam es halt immer darauf an, wessen Auto war schneller, weil er wohnte im gleichen Stadtteil in Wuppertal wie ich. Und welcher Cracker war jetzt schneller.
Es gab einen Leader der Gruppe, der war der Organisator.
You have the swappers, they're quite crucial to a group to be able to populate the rest of the world as quickly as possible with your new releases.
Es gab diejenigen, die gecrackt haben, das waren die typischen Cracker.
So as fast as he got a new game in the store, he sent it to me and I got it and I cracked it.
Früher gab es nicht das Internet in dem Sinne, wie wir es heute kennen. Es gab sogenannte lokale Bulletin Boards, BBS, und dort gab es Trader. Diese Trader haben das Gecrackte dann genommen, haben das dann gespreadet, also verteilt.
And I was not a first release guy. I was more like the best release guy.
Du hast halt Trader gebraucht, also Leute, die per Calling Card oder Blueboxing in der Lage waren, weltweit zu telefonieren und möglichst 2 oder 3 Modems parallel benutzen konnten, um die Releases dann überall reinzutun, weil es ging ja immer darum, der Erste zu sein.
Darüber hinaus wurde auch hier das Crack-Show, also die Flagge, wir haben das gecrackt, auch von jemandem gemacht, da gab es den Musiker, den Musician.
Und es gab im Gegensatz zu heute keine zentrale Datenbank, wo vermerkt wird, wer das Release als erstes veröffentlicht hat, sondern du musstest dann in den ganzen schnellen Boards in den USA der Erste sein, der es hochlädt. Und dafür brauchtest du dann 2, 3, 4 gute Trader.
Es gab den Grafiker, der hat Grafiken dazu gemacht. Es gab den Coder, der hat dann den Code dazu gemacht zu diesem Intro.
People did what they do best.
Und so hat in der Gruppe, je nachdem wie groß man war, jeder seinen Aufgabenbereich.
Computer war spannend und neu und es war relativ schnell abzusehen, dass die Integration der Technik in die Gesellschaft nicht auf einem Kinderzimmer-Spieleniveau stattfinden wird, sondern auf einem globalen Niveau. Und deshalb dachte ich mir, wenn ich mir ein Hobby zulege, dann mache ich vielleicht was uns in Zukunft betreffen wird.
Most of the people on the scene are men. And any woman will tell you that men like collecting crap.
I got hold of some cracked versions of the original games I had, and I realized, like, hang on a minute. I mean, this original version takes 2 minutes to load. This cracked version takes 20 seconds. So I was like,
The game itself, the only relevance about the game itself was you rather crack a bigger title because they get bigger appreciation.
I mean, I wasn't too bad. I mean, but I had guys who had like 5,000 floppy disks full of games. They would never play them, or even play them once. But it's just that knowing that you've got it.
Of course, you're standing on the shoulder of giants, I guess the phrase is. So if you crack Last Ninja, of course that's more important than cracking a Polish puzzle game.
the better game, the tougher protection, the more credit you got.
Deswegen finde ich eigentlich die Arbeit der Cracker damals, das war eigentlich wirklich ein Ausgleich der Gesellschaft, weil wenn du auf dem Schulhof warst und du konntest nicht erzählen, wie das und das Spiel irgendwie ist, dann wärst du ausgeschlossen gewesen.
Ich glaube nicht, dass irgendjemand damals sich einer Cracker-Gruppe angeschlossen hat, weil er das Gefühl hat, die hungernden Massen müssen dringend mit kostenlosen Kopien von Summer Games versorgt werden.
For some people, I mean, being a member in a big group was like sort of fame, I guess.
Ich habe es immer sehr befremdlich gefunden, wenn man mit Leuten am Telefon gesprochen hat und die einen mit diesem Szenenamen angesprochen haben.
I was actually working at a computer store, a friend's computer store who was he was a member of the same group as I was from the beginning.
De facto, weil die wenigsten Leute werden ein Programm knacken und ihren privaten Namen da reinschreiben oder so.
Every time you kind of step into a role, you have the opportunity of defining that role being different than yourself.
At that point, the scene itself was quite hierarchical. You had lamers at the bottom, you had regular, average Joes in the middle, and you had the elite on top.
Dieses Statusdenken ist gerade so bei den Crackergruppen in den 80ern schon sehr ausgeprägt. Da ist immer die Rede von Elite, wir sind Elite und die anderen sind die Lamer.
My first ever demo/copy party was here in Stockholm in Huddinge. It was a triad party, I think.
Die Reduktion auf eine Persönlichkeit, auf eine Person, die man de facto nicht ist, also sprich dann irgendwie dieses Alias oder dieses Alter Ego, hat natürlich dann auch gewisse Möglichkeiten erleichtert.
This was actually shown because this was a school in Huddinge, the actual party, and it had 3 floors. So on the top floor you weren't allowed unless you were VIP or elite.
Da konnte man natürlich dann richtig schön auf die Kacke hauen und dann Dinge dann einfach so mal in den Raum stellen.
For me, it's just the name that I use. I'm not somebody different.
But luckily, since we had the advantage of his dad having a computer store, we got some originals with us that weren't cracked yet.
Das hat der Dirk auch irgendwann gemacht. Er sagte dann irgendwie, ja, der TMC hat gesagt oder so. Ne? Da wusste jeder, dass der Charles hieß.
Luckily, thanks to those originals, I think it was Scumball or something like that, Mad Balls even, we got to supply them to Triangle 3532, a Danish group.
I don't have like a bigger ego there than I have in my personal life.
So thanks to that, we got access to the 3rd floor, to the top floor. They even had a guy standing in the stairs, like, you're not passing unless you're elite.
Ich habe manchmal so darüber nachgedacht, wie viele Leute, die zu der Zeit in der Szene aktiv waren, mögen heute irgendwie psychische Probleme haben, weil sie sich in eine absolute Isolation oder Scheinwelt begeben haben.
I'm pretty much the same in both worlds.
Wir gehören zum inneren Kreis, wir sind wichtig, wir können Dinge, die ihr nicht könnt und so weiter. Das hat aber immer eine ganz große Rolle gespielt. Insider.
The argument against piracy, as I see it, from then and even now, is that every copy that somebody gets is one sale less. I don't believe that. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not going to use this as an argument to condone piracy, but I think if you couldn't copy it, you wouldn't buy it.
First of all, I'm a lawyer by education, so what I've done is not illegal by Swedish terms.
Ich denke, dass der Kopierschutz etwas Emotionales ist.
Price doesn't come into it. The tape games on Commodore 64 were typically $7.99 to $9.99 depending on the label. This is pound sterling. $7.99 would be a fairly basic sort of game. Then it would go up to $9.99 if it was something like an ocean title, like a film franchise like Rambo, or something like an arcade conversion like ER Kung Fu by Imagine Software.
Die Softwarefirma kann es einfach nicht leiden lassen, etwas kopiert wird. Die regen sich drüber auf.
What is illegal is spreading. It's all about copyright, the right to copy, and I didn't do the copy.
A company called Mastertronic came along and released what they call pocket money game. Do you have the expression pocket money in Germany? Yeah. And they were $1.99 each. Guess what happened? People still cracked them and copied them.
Dieses Emotionale führt dazu, dass die glauben, sie könnten jetzt einen Kopierschutz etablieren.
My friend Greyhawk, well, I did the crack and then I showed it to him and I was mighty proud, and then I went to the toilet and then he ripped the disc every time. So he did the spreading, he did the copying.
Dieses Emotionale springt weiter an den Anwender. Der hat jetzt einen Datenträger gekauft, will das kopieren an einen Freund und hey, ein Freund sagt, kannst du mir das kopieren? Und ich sage ihm, nee, du kriegst das nicht. Das macht keinen guten Eindruck. Freunde teilen Dinge dann.
You could say I made it possible, but then you need to prove that I had intent of making it possible to spread it, and I guess that's kind of difficult.
Man teilt Videofilme, man teilt Musik, man teilt Erfahrungen. Und nach einem Computerspiel wollte man damals teilen. Und wir sind 12, 13 Jahre alt. Wir können uns diese Dinge auch nicht finanziell leisten.
I still think that I do have a moral justification, because what we did, copying games or making games available at that time, sold a humongous amount of computers.
Und jetzt kommt da so ein Kopierschutz. Und jetzt kommt wieder das Emotionale. Man ist wütend, man ist sauer. Hey, was soll das? Warum? Und dieses Hindernis führt dazu, dass man es überwinden möchte. Und dann gab es Leute, die gesagt haben, hey, glaubst du, du kannst dir einen Kopierschutz etablieren? Letzten Endes sind das alles nur Zahlen. Und ich schaffe das, diesen Kopierschutz zu entfernen.
So I bought my computer just to get access to the free games.
Und so glaube ich, dass dieses Emotionale überall sich wiederfindet. Freundschaft, Teilen, Wut, dass einem etwas geklaut wird, also aus der Sicht der Softwarefirma.
I invested a lot of money in this industry as well, and the games I cracked encourage people to buy computers, so that when Electronic Arts wants to sell Battlefield today, there are millions of computers. If we hadn't cracked the games back then, there would be hundreds of thousands. It would be much, much less.
Dann haben sich Leute zusammengetan und haben es zum Sport gemacht, zum Ehrgeiz gemacht. Und Ehrgeiz ist ja etwas Emotionales, den Kopierschutz zu entfernen.
Cracks made a few early days companies sell fewer games, but if these companies are still here, they now sell massively more number of games than they would have done if we weren't around.
Gleichzeitig ist es sicher so, dass wenn es überhaupt keine Raubkopien gegeben hätte, mehr Spiele verkauft worden wären. Nur wie viele ist die Frage.
Some games could take an hour to crack, some games could take 2 weeks to crack, depending on the toughness of the copy protection.
Also den besten Kopierschutz hatte damals Turrican 3 von Factor 5. Das fängt schon mal damit an, dass du als Normalsterblicher gar nicht an den Inhalt der Diskette drankommst.
I know what it was called Intensity. And it works because it had a very complex tape loader.
Und sehr viel schwieriger ist es, wenn der Hersteller wirklich selber auch was vom Programmieren versteht, wie das bei Factor 5 auch der Fall war, und dann an mehreren Stellen im Spiel da den Kopierschutz eingebaut hat, beziehungsweise es halt unmöglich macht, ohne zusätzliche Mittel an den Inhalt der Diskette zu kommen.
The theme was robots, like the first game Paradroid, and it had these robots sort of like hammering drums on the loading screen, and it was all timed according to the chip in the computer, which in the case of a tape is nearly always going to be PAL, because the Americans had NTSC but they all had discs.
As the protections grew in complexity, I grew in competence. So it didn't really take that much more time after a few years, because I knew how to do it. So,
and that drove me crackers. Absolutely crackers. It took me ages. Because it wasn't so much that it was overly hard, it was just something that would never have occurred to me to use as a type of protection. And whoever wrote it was very, very clever. In a sneaky sort of way.
That is a tricky question. We were both good and bad.
Aus Sicht der Branche waren sie mit Sicherheit die bösen Jungs und sie haben mit Sicherheit de facto auch Schäden angerichtet, das muss man schon sagen.
We were good in the sense of we were among top people of that sense, but then again we were bad towards the industry.
One thing it made me aware of, which it wouldn't have done for most people in the scene, is that I didn't really want to work with computers. I liked it as a hobby and an interest, not something to work with. And I went down an entirely different path. I went down the path of psychology.
The actual cool thing is that if I look back at this time, is that my professional choice when I started working and the role I've had in my professional career has been the same as I had in the scene.
Also wenn es nicht klar gewesen wäre, dass ich mir auf diesem Weg Zugang zu zusätzlichen, mehr oder weniger kostenfreien Inhalten verschaffen kann, wären auch keine 3 Millionen C64 in Deutschland verkauft worden.
You know, the organizer, the contact, the relations person, the more or less manager, you could say. And that's what I've done when I've gone to my professional career as well.
Ganz genauso wie in den Jahren 2001 bis 2002, glaube ich, hat sich die Zahl der Internet-DSL-Anschlüsse in Deutschland verzehn- oder verelfacht. Und in dieser Zeit gab es nichts, wofür man einen DSL-Anschluss gebraucht hätte, außer Napster.
The other thing for me that came out of it was some of the friends now are in positions where they are somebody I could rely on or I could connect with in a business capacity if necessary.
Commodore 64 saved my life because I wouldn't be here doing this if I haven't got the computer.
Auch das Internet verdankt sozusagen seinen Siegeszug bei den Early Adoptern nicht nur in Deutschland maßgeblich der Möglichkeit, sich Zugriff auf Raubkopien zu verschaffen.
So I actually learned a lot of things during those years that it was like a school for me actually for my professional life.
A lot of the top IT security specialists are ex-hackers, crackers and freakers.
Das Interessante ist, dass viele von denen, die damals Cracker waren oder auch vielleicht auch nur Sympathien für Cracker hatten, heute selber irgendwie in dieser Branche arbeiten.
Commodore 64 made my career path.
So ein richtiges Unrechtsbewusstsein habe ich eigentlich bis heute bei niemandem so festgestellt. Also niemand schlägt sich die Geißel auf den Rücken und sagt, das hätte ich niemals tun dürfen.
It was my artwork. I think that was the main purpose.
On the other hand, again, we were good towards the industry because by allowing people to copy the games, get more interested, then buying other stuff, I still think that we were mostly good.
Alle, die mit diesem Rechner oder die in ihrem Kinderzimmer mit einem Rechner zu tun hatten, sind davon für ihr Leben geprägt worden, das auf jeden Fall.
I consider myself to be a good pirate in the sense of I buy the stuff that I use, I buy the stuff that I like, I try the other stuff, and quite often it has come to the place where I try something that is quite expensive and then I purchase it after using the copy.
Also eine programmierbare Maschine, die mir nicht vorgibt, was ich mit ihr zu tun habe, sondern die mir nur sagt, du kannst mit mir fast alles machen, verändert das Denken über Geräte und das Denken über die Welt, in der man sich aufhält, auf fundamentale Weise, davon bin ich überzeugt. Also die Generation derer, die in deren Leben programmierbare Maschinen im Kinderzimmer schon eine Rolle gespielt haben, ist allein aufgrund dieser Tatsache vollkommen anders als alle Generationen davor.
So I think I must say we were the good guys.
Good or a bad guy? I was a good guy.
I can't believe they found a way. Finally, our time has come.
So what's the situation here? Who are they and how did they hack into our system? And most importantly, is our product launch in danger?
We have blocked the intruders for now and the system seems stable. John, what is your system status?
All my servers are online. All firewalls are up. System upgrade still in progress.
Good. So, did we apply all the latest patches to the system?
Vegan and vegetarian food tube implants got addressed last week. Live voting and live stream patches for the 24-hour reality TV have been installed as well. Soon, every household worldwide will have access to the virtual assistant.
Excellent. So the AI is updated to the latest revision. Did you check the system for any weaknesses anyway for the intruders to compromise John's AI?
We should apply some fixes to increase security since the intrusion event when training the AI before public release. Right now, the system can handle every modern data format there is.
And all data formats?
What?
No, nothing. John, when will your upgrade be complete?
My upgrade will be complete Sunday nights.
Perfect. So everything is working according to our plan. Let's make sure it stays that way.
Everything's on time. The systems are already collecting data and the test users really enjoy the product.
Compared to the last beta, all users will enjoy the latest revision of our AI.
I think we will all enjoy this revision.
Well, that was the opening ceremony. Yes. Okay, so looking ahead at our timetable here. The next major thing is the BTRX. That's in 40 minutes. Perhaps until then I'll maybe play a tune or something. I don't know. I haven't quite decided.
And you are listening to CineSat Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, die Seminar bei uns, Thinking in Binary, the making of Houston Tracker 2, is starting right now in the seminar area. So, if you want to know how Houston Tracker 2 was made, go to the seminar area and attend the seminar by uns.
distant future. Thousands of years after the creative breakdown on the planet, the computer art subculture known as the Demoscene emerged as the most popular form of entertainment. Every 10 years, humanity holds its breath in anticipation of an event of gigantic proportions.
Hello everybody, and welcome to this year's main event. I'm here in the studio with my co-host Maki. My name is Aki.
We are the Super Mega Galactic Demoscene Space Cup, where the competitions are just about to start. But first things first, Aki, I hear you have some exciting news about Stormtroopers. Is it true what they say about the new they see here?
This is a sham, a lie, a twisted image that they made. It was never like this. It was something else, something real. We will take it back.
Attention, all people, all jurors and nominees that are involved in the Meteorix Awards, please come to the stage now. All people that are involved in the Meteorix Awards, please meet at the stage. Thank you. Attention everyone, actually. We still have a few cars on the parking lot who have their windows open or their GPSs dangling for everyone to see. So if you don't want your car vandalized by Saarbrücken locals or other drunk sceners, please check if your windows are closed and there's nothing valuable, because we cannot guarantee that nothing will happen. Sorry. Thank you.
Hi satellites, this is Jean-Michel Jarre and you are listening to SceneSat Radio.
Again, all Meteorics nominees and jury, all Meteorics nominees and jury, please come to the stage or in front of the stage somewhere. Thank you.
And good evening, everyone listening to SceneSat Radio. We're about to start the Meteorics here at Revision 2017. Hopefully just anytime soon. Oh, things are happening.
So, we have the system back under our control. So, let's brainwash the masses again. How about a stupid, rigged award show? That's what we need to control every citizen of this world. So, enjoy the Meteorics!
Ladies and gentlemen,
Mesdames et messieurs,
meine Damen und Herren,
I think we did this last year.
Oh yeah, and we're doing it again.
Welcome
to the Meteorics Awards 2017! That's the wrong video. We'll try that again. Actually, we're now reenacting Memento, and we're doing the whole awards show backwards. Do they speak backwards?
You say. We say. The best deserve a statue. Meteorix Awards 2017. Celebrating the past Demoscene year.
All right, welcome again. So, in case you're wondering what we're doing here, I'd like to remind you, I'd like to explain this to you for those who weren't here last year, and also for those who forgot, because it's been quite a while after all. We want to celebrate the past Demoscene year and honor the best productions of 2016. We want to look beyond the crowd-pleasing factor and uncover a lot of hidden gems that you might have seen at smaller parties and that didn't make it to the conscience of the crowd.
And there are also productions that may not win at parties, but have the necessary qualities that are important to our Demoscene as an art form. And you know, that terrible feeling when you leave a party and you thought that the second one or the third one should have won?
Yeah, dude, that sucks.
Yeah, it does. But we all felt that once, you know? And we are here to correct that, because we have the wisdom of time. And most importantly, we also want you to be motivated to do better production.
We also have beautiful statues that have been devised by the skilled cosmic of Nuance. And in case you're wondering about the weird name, Meteorix, what's that? We have two reasons for naming our show like this. For one, we're thinking of the impact force of a meteor. And for two, we're thinking of Jill's Constant, also named Meaty or Meteoric, who passed away way too early in 2012, and whose friendly and contributing nature set an example for all of the scene.
So, how does this work? Well, we, and when I mean we, I include you too. We all came up with 12 categories. For each of those categories, we, this time I mean us. So we assembled a trio of gurus. We can call them jury too.
With long beards.
Yeah. So those gurus have been sent to meditate over the billions of production of 2016. They had to inspect each one of them and find the jewels. You also helped those gurus by submitting 152 productions.
Thanks for that.
Were worth of their consideration. The jury then came up with nominees for the category, and we hope they're sitting here, right in front of the stage. And of course, the jury chose the winner.
And tonight, my pal Alkama and I will take you through those categories one by one. For each category, we're going to show you small excerpts from the nominees to jog your memory. And then, a member of the jury will come on stage to describe the jurying process, or meditation, if you will, and announce the winner, followed by statues, hugs, jolly good times. You know how it is.
And by the way, we are not going to show the winners at full length tonight, because honestly, I think we all want to go back to the booth and enjoy a cocktail while it's not too warm. So, there will be separate screening of the winners tomorrow at 9 p.m. at the seminar area.
All right, and that's about all you need to know. So, Alkama, are you ready to rumble?
Release the Kraken!
I'll take that as a yes. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Thank you. I was prepared to ask you a second time, but this is great. Let's get started.
For a scene that's been dead since 1999, our Walking Dead are pretty fresh. Let's kick off the frenzy with the Meteorix Award for New Talent.
All right. So, we thought, what better way is there to start the show than by looking at firsties? Everyone who says that the scene is dead should take a look at the people who made a big entrance to the scene just this year. Last year. Sorry. These are not just motivational thumbs. This is actual Meteorix material. So let's have a look at these year's firsties.
AA Ray of Bitfellas. FMS Cats. Branch of Ivory Labs. LJ. And Andro of Pooh Brain.
And now I'd like to welcome our first juror on stage, who will explain the jurying process to us, explain how they found the winner, and reveal who that is. He's an avid supporter of new talents per se, and so he couldn't be happier to be here with us tonight. We all know him for being a great Evoke host, and also for his lobster suit. Please welcome Dino!
Hey, good evening everyone. Nice to be back on stage, and more than that, it's nice to see new faces every year, to see people who make their first impacts. So as you might have noticed, we don't have productions in this category, because for us it's more about people, it's about people leaving their first good impression to the scene. And this year it was pretty hard to get these 5 nominees together, because there were so many and we had to come up with 5. So please, if you didn't make it to these 5, maybe next year is your chance to get the breakthrough nominee. For us, every nominee was special in a way. Every single one had their own story to tell. But we had to decide, and 2 stories stood out. We want to start with an honorable mention to a person who first appeared in the shader compo here at Revision. After winning last year, he started releasing high-quality entries, and he closed the year with a total number of 6. That's an impact. Please give a big hand to LJ. And now the even bigger question, who will be the winner? This, for us, was the Cinderella story of last year. A guy who didn't know anything about the scene until a friend took him to Revision 2016. He got introduced to a shader toy and the scientist in function of Mercury during the party. He was so flashed that he instantly began playing around, developing his needs for making his own demo. And 4.5 months later, he delivered it at Evoke. And even now, he's a driving force behind the demo, pushing a demo group which is well known for unity and humongous file sizes into developing a new 64K engine. If you don't know who it is, you should ask the Dutch Horse Force. The winner of this year's New Talent Award is Andrew of Pooh Brain.
Andrew, come on stage!
Wow, really?
Give it up for Andrew!
Thanks
thanks very much. Yeah, I need to drink more beer. Thank you.
All right. And so now, while everybody's shuffling off stage, let's move on to the next category.
Aren't you glad you left that edit mode in your demo? Because this is the Meteorix Award for Best Interactive Production.
So, maybe the oldest of us remember a time when gamers were called lamers. And if you were caught playing at a demo party, you would remember it vividly for the years to come. But some clever coders of us understood that this craftsmanship can be put to good use here too. Of course, with the usual amount of deviance and pants-offery that the Demoscene is due to provide. We are delighted to honor tonight the best games, music discs, and interactive experiments that got released in 2016. Sadly, this year, no one came up with a game that you can play with your friend while drinking a beer. But we sure have a game involving a drink. Maybe it's a tradition. So, anyway, no more question. Let's look at the nominees.
Sipper by Nuance and Genesis Project.
Oi.
Analysis by Bitfellas and Echo. Laura by Rsoft. Tia Tracker by Kilarian of Cluster. In VisQL by Subground 4.
He codes your favorite tracker. He can reverse the most exotic formats and is a jolly good fellow. Please, let me welcome on stage our juror, Saga Musics.
Hello. So, are gamers really lamers? We will find out. So, in the interactive category, we want to honor the broad variety of great releases that have an interactive component, be it the many high-quality games, virtual reality experiences, music discs, disc max, or even content creation tools. To pick a winner, we judge the nominees regarding concept, mechanics, gameplay, technical achievement, immersion, controls, and usability. First off, we want to honor a tool that is on a professional level achieved by few Demoscene tools. Coming with a comprehensive manual, configurable key bindings, automatic code generation with different variations based on the user's needs, showing useful hints concerning the platform limitations while creating content. These are features that are rarely seen in many coder-centric tools, especially for limited platforms. So, for bringing a platform that was previously mostly for coders closer to musicians, the honorable mention goes to Tia Tracker. The winner of the interactive category is a true all-rounder. It's not only a disc Mac, but also a huge music disc and art pack. It brings disc Macs to the 21st century, working nicely on the desktop and even mobile phones. Without further ado, it's my pleasure to award this statue to Analysis by Bitfellas and Echo.
Analysis, Bitfellas and Echo.
analysis was not made of just one person or two persons. More than 50 artists have contributed to this production, and this award is for you. Thank you very much for your great work. You're awesome.
And now, let's move on to the next category.
And now for the limbo dance of the demo scene, the Meteorics Award for Best Low End Intro.
Small intros showcasing a single effect on low-end platforms have been one of the oldest traditions in our scene. You could say that they're kind of part of the roots of our scene, and you wouldn't be wrong. So it's good to see they were still sticking firmly to our rules. Roots? We do not stick to rules over here. We're sticking to our roots and producing low-end intros to this state. So let's take a look at the best ones of 2016.
Unglobal by Masters of Electric City. Higher State of Resolution by Decadence. Harder, Better, Manic Minor by Hui Program. And Every Way by Hoffman and Blueberry.
All right. And now, for the handing over of statues, I'd like to introduce a jury member who's not only known for his trickery on all the hardware, but also internally for pistol whipping the entire Meteorics team into at least acknowledging there is such a thing as a project schedule. He still keeps his sanity after all those 3 years. So I'd like all of you to give a warm hand to Carl Laron of Cluster.
Good evening. So, low-end intro is quite a complicated category. Not only because we have to make meaningful comparisons between Amiga AGA productions with, let's say, Atari 2600 productions, which is really hard, let me tell you, but because we faced a much harder, much more basic question. That is, what actually is an intro? Regarding all platforms, what qualifies a production for this platform as an intro? And as it turns out, this is more a cultural question than a technical one. The Amiga people will say, easy, it's a 4K or 64K size-limited production, no problem. All right. If you ask a Commodore 64 scener, he will say, well, an intro has to have only one part, has to have a logo and a scroller in it, and yes, it's size-limited as well, but more about RAM usage than file size. And the notion of intro on the Spectrum scene, for example, is not much used at all. So, as our jury was spread among several platforms, as it should be, you can imagine we had quite a lot of heated discussion about this topic, which actually was a lot of fun, and I suspect which will carry over to the next year as well. So, having said that, which of our fine nominees did actually win? Well, the winner is very stylish. It's smooth and it's just the opposite of chunky. Sorry, it's just the opposite of chunky. The winner is Higher State of Resolution by Decadence.
Decadence, come on stage. And now I will have to hand you my mic.
Sorry, Hoffman. You were better.
Alrighty. So, do you remember how last year the winner in this category was Painter's Euphoria? Well, we are going to see actual Euphoria now by actual painters.
Demos are art, but our archness can stand on its own too. Here's the Meteorix Award for Best Freestyle Graphics.
So, what would the Demoscene be without the fantastic artworks that our dear Graphician provides? From incredible logos to mind-blowing pictures, it's a defining part of our identity. They have incredible abilities. Look, they can use stupidly tiny fixed palettes almost without complaining. And they find Photoshop easier to use than Visual Studio, which is pretty strange to me. And they also have that miraculous capacity to yell at poor coders until they do exactly what they told to. I'm not sure I like that one either. Anyway,
I don't like it either.
It's time to cheer on our nominated artists.
Vesta by Faust of Blocktronics. Tortuga by H7 Luciana Iris of Blocktronics. Drowned Lullabies by Slayer. Grove of the Pilgrim Hollow by Dark. And Tribe by Oni.
Wherever he goes, his towel follows. The whole world can't wait to see his first demo. Please welcome our iconic juror, Sir Gerbestruck.
I found him.
You know, it was really difficult to write this speech because most of the bits here, I would prefer actually not saying anything.
Come on.
Because the pictures really, in most cases, speak for themselves, and that's been the case with all types of pixel art, ANSI art, all the different types. Let me find the bit here that I wrote down. There we go. One of the things that happens when we're celebrating the demo scene most of the time is that we kind of overlook the powerful state that could be done with lack of motion. We put so much into motion that we kind of overlook what can be done with a still picture. And this category kind of is an attempt to reverse that. We asked you, and I asked quite a few folks for suggestions, and they sent them in. And we compared stationary graphics from many platforms, from the Spectrum's use of the color clash to really ridiculous PC ANSI pieces, from the fixed pixel pictures that you specifically place a pixel to make an impact, to true color enhanced 3D renders. Now, of all of these nominees, we want to give a special honorable mention to Tortuga from Blocktronics, because aside from just being an amazing ANSI piece, it manages to actually, again, evoke a story. And you really do need to look at this piece. There's no way we can put this thing on the screen properly. It's too large. But again, it was really difficult to express why we chose the winner that we did. Unlike all the other pieces, and we did go back and forth on a lot of these pieces, all of the jurors, all three of us, just knew this was the right piece. This was the one that represented freestyle graphics for 2016. So we'd like to award this statue to Slayer of Ghost Town for his picture, The Drowned Lullabies.
Yay!
And if Slayer isn't here, we're going to need someone from Poland on stage to accept this for him. That'll work.
That'll do.
Yep. You're going to take this back to Slayer, yes?
Thank you very much. I'm passing this award to Slayer. Straight.
Bravo!
Come this way, dude.
And without further addition, let's move to the next category.
If you're looking for your jaw, it's probably down in the toilet tunnel somewhere. Brace yourselves for the Meteorix Award for That's Not Possible on this platform.
Expanding the concepts and the possibilities of a computing platform has long been one of the core concepts of our scene. And many a production has raised eyebrows for realizing effects that were never before thought possible on a given platform. In this category, we'd like to honor the production that raised our eyebrows the highest in 2016. Let's take a look at the nominees.
Wonderland 13 by Sensor Design. Beano Square by Sidem, Sim, and Slimeball. Incoherent Nightmare by Arsenic. Lunatico by LFT. And Chiphead by KK of Altair and DMA.
All right, and now it's time to welcome one of our jurors on stage. He's as well versed with ancient machines, be it old computers or pinball machines, as he is with Belgian beers. Say hello to Frankie.
Hi, welcome to the beer seminar. Well, not yet. We have to do this one first. Okay, so quickly getting my notes, and I don't speak myself. But so this award is called "Not Possible on That Platform," and together with a lot of organizers here and also in the hall, we realized yesterday and the day before that Mega Symposium 97 was 20 years ago. And many of us haven't been home at Easter for 20 years. And then 20 years ago we said, well, that's not possible on the platform. That's not possible. You cannot do this. You cannot do full screen bobs moving. You cannot do 3D on certain platforms. You cannot have that many raster splits, whatever. And still, it was possible. So on that thing, I have to say that this award doesn't exist. Because it's not possible on the platform. We've shown that it is possible every time. Even when, 20 years ago, nobody would imagine the things that we see now. And you're looking at the entries and you say, well, okay, it's 3D stuff on Master System, nice. You have really fluid animation and nice soundtrack on Atari console, nice. You have tons of scroller on a C64, nice. You have a lot of bobs in negative space on 64, nice. And we have had quite a discussion on really picking a winner here. And in the end, we went for the guys that did the moving bobs on the 64 in white space, and at the same time proved that they had enough CPU and screen time left to put raster bars in the background. So Wonderland 13 by Sensor Design, this one is yours.
Sensor Design, come on stage. If your wife is also Brian, that's also okay.
Don't kill yourself. We'll give you a microphone.
Okay, so Sensor Design isn't here, but I have Bob on the live stream. Bob of Sensor. Say hi. Sensor, I want to say thank you for the award and keep on inspiring the scene. Give a hand for Bob.
Thank you.
Bravo!
Now that's what I call a remote entry. Remote award. Okay, and now, while we're on the topic of impossible things on low-end platforms, let's move on to low-end demo.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Show off your mojo in the Meteorix Award for Best Low-End Demo.
You know, sometimes I really question our sanity as a scene. Some of us are still torturing old machines, probably to try to make them cry. After countless years of service and entertaining us through our childhood, they're still forcefully made to generate unbelievable experiences. Ooh! Yeah, you should who.
I am.
Some of them die in the process, and it smells so bad. You can hear them scream. Oh, those shit chips, But it's never enough for those guys tonight. Tonight, we are celebrating true criminals.
On Mech by Agenda. Lunatico by LFT. Across the Edge by Demarche. Wonderland 13 by Sensor Design. In 30 Years Amstrad Mega Demo by Benediction, Dirty Minds, Futures, GPA, Pulpo Corrosivo, Shinra, and Vanity.
So he's the prince of the 64Ks. Don't mess with him or he might do an Amiga intro about it. He knows everything about black holes. Please welcome the almighty head of our jury, Urs.
Hello. So I hear one of these statues is filled with mustard. Not sure which one it is. I'm not
It's the
actually part of-
meteorics. You never know what's inside.
Yeah, of course. I'm not actually part of this jury, but as all of the jury members were otherwise busy, I'm, as the head of jury, filling in here. And I can tell you that this jury was very, very close and undecided about their winner. It was so close, actually. I was hanging out in the IRC channel, and they told me, we have a winner now. And then two people of the jury at the same moment sent me different winner. That's how undecided they were. And then they had to discuss a little more until they finally came up with what they decided is the best winner. Or is the winner of the category. And it is a demo with, in comparison of all the nominees, runs on the, I would say, lowest end platform, but makes the most of it. So I am hereby proud to announce that the winner of the low-end demo award of the Meteorix this year is Unmech by Agenda. Give him a hand.
Agenda, are you here? Will the real Agenda please stand up? Please stand up. Please stand up.
They did send me a message that they would, but maybe they're delayed.
Any Agenda stand-in who wants to receive this beautiful statue in their place?
Well, if that comes to worst, we can always send it to them by mail. But they did send me a mail that they are enormously pleased to be nominated and would be very happy to receive it here. I guess as soon as they show up, we will hand over this statue to them. So, thanks a lot.
I really think you will like the next category. Let's move on to the next category.
And now it's time for pure democracy. You vote, we hand it out. The Meteorix Public Choice Award.
So, as Ziphoid so nicely put it already, this is the category where you are the jury. During all of March, you could submit your personal favorite demo via our website, and all we did was count the ballots. And then, this was really easy for us. We nominated the top 5 productions. It wasn't quite as easy because we ended up having a tie for 5th place. So we thought, oh well, screw it, we'll have 6 nominees. So, let us see which productions touched you the most.
Second Stage Boss by 0x4015 and Yeti. Darkness Lay Your Eyes Upon Me by Conspiracy. Fermi Paradox by Mercury. Higher States of Resolution by Decadence. Variform 3 by Expert. and Lunatico by LFT.
All right. And now, I'm going to need your help. We don't have a juror on stage for this category because you are the jury. So, you are going to write and say the speech. But it's no problem. I got that covered. I'll tell you how it goes. Just speak after me. Again? Yes, yeah, that works. Let's do this. Darkness, lay your eyes upon me, and we will lay our statue upon you. That was not innuendo, I hope. Hands. More hands.
Oh well. I think when you win this award twice in a row, you might be doing something right.
Popular.
Or you're doing the cheesiest, terrible intros ever. But still, it's your fault. Thank you once again, and we have to go back because there's a compo tomorrow or something, so.
Congratulations.
Bravo.
Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight one of the persons who played a vital role in shaping this show without ever being present on or around the stage. That person invested a week's worth of evenings this year to prepare all the videos you're seeing in the background and at an exceptional level of quality. Please give a huge hand to Dirty. Thanks, man. And with that out of the way, it is time for lots of content in tiny files.
There's always space for one more bite, until there isn't. This is the Meteorix Award for Best High-End 4K Intro.
Size limitation. What a cool tradition of ours. It started with the header of a floppy disk. I let the youngsters check what a floppy disk is on Google first. And we all know why it started on the floppy disk. Those evil crackers. But of course, as usual, he had to go way overboard. There's no limit to the limits we like to put ourselves in. Because it's such immense fun. 4 kilobytes. It's the typical size of a single block of a hard disk drive. That's the size that our next nominees are toying with. And they do miracles with that. True, tiny audiovisual jewels.
The irony is to imagine all those people watching them over YouTube, all those flying bytes. Anyway.
What a waste.
Yeah, of course, what a waste. Anyway, I'm delighted to introduce you to the IN4K nominees.
Outcast by Unknown Artists. Rhodium by Alcatraz. Sanax by Pooh Brain and Ink. Second Stage Boss by Xerox 4015 and Yeti. And Among the Stars by LJ and Desire.
If you like underpants, if you like dance brigades, if you need a card game, or you're on track for your 4K intro, call our next juror. Please welcome on stage, Pyrrhix.
So hello guys. As you might know, I never coded a 4K, but I definitely did a bit of music for a few. So that's why I'm here. Anyway, the 4K category really changed a lot during the years, right? And within the recent time, partly due to technology, but also due to people advancing, we've seen a lot more of complete 4Ks. So that would mean like a bit more design, concepts, not just showing off one effect. Which means you have a much more complete 4K than usually. You also have the tools, much more tools than usually. So you guys, you should do more 4Ks. I've been doing a lot of 4Ks, and you can do more 4Ks. I've done music. It's relatively easy.
He says, okay.
Relatively. Relatively. If you can do music, you can do 4K music, trust me. With the tools today, you can do it. Also means that you have much more diversity. A 4K is not just a 4K showing off an effect, something cool, not even a cool track anymore. You can actually do kind of a small demo now, which I think is really, really cool. There's so much more of story, design, direction in your 4Ks, which also means that, well, when you see it on the screen, it gives you so much more full impact than it did before. This year, for example, there was huge of timing effort in the 4K nominee Outcast, which is not usual. We also saw something completely different with Xanax being what I would say a completely different 4K. However, there was one production among the 4Ks which stood out, that brought a lot of these things together. Soundtrack, matching, the overall design, and the intro itself had direction in a 4K. That was one of the things that is new. And even technical aspects. And a story on top in a 4K. So, the winner is Second Stage Boss.
Second Stage Boss!
By Xerox 4015 and Yeti. Come to the stage.
Come on stage, guys.
You guys rock.
More clapping, more clapping.
Woo! Give those guys a hand. Brought something new. Congrats.
It's working.
I am not good at English. I am the graphics coder of this demo. Unfortunately, Yet 11 cannot come here today. Yet 11 is a famous sexual anime game creator in 19th era in Japan. He knew nothing about shader and learned them for this demo. He coded the software synthesizer using a computer shader in only 861 bytes, including song data in 2 months. This is my first time to visiting a foreign film party.
Bravo!
It is a great party so far. Thanks to the Tokyo Demo Fest organizers. For without TDF, I would not be here today. Thank you. Translated by Falken at Brainstorm. ありがとうございました。
Remember to come to Tasak.
Give it a hand for the next category.
Once upon a time, there was a little demo group that set out to find the Meteorix Award for Best Storytelling.
If the soundtrack's the soul to a demo, the story it tells you, it's hard. So a story, or a theme, or a concept, if you will, is what ties a random collection of scenes together into a compelling work of art. It is something that's not easy to achieve, but a few productions made it last year.
In the Future by Hoy Program. Evolve by Schengen All-Stars. Darkness Lay Your Eyes Upon Me by Conspiracy. Lunatico by LFT. And They Came in Peace by Gaspode.
And as for our jury member this year, she has a lot of stories to tell herself. And she usually does so in the form of beautiful paintings. She's the L in LNX. Please welcome Licon.
So, Creative Challenge is not only about graphics and direction, it's also about telling a story. It's a way about creating emotion. So in this category it was very difficult to agree on the nominee because that matter is a very subjective matter. We had to pick in a list of an amazing demo, whatever the platform was, and all of them had a different atmosphere and great moods that carry you. And all the nominees in this category have something to tell you. We just choose the nominee who told us the most. So long story short, the winner is Darkness Lays Your Eyes Upon Me by Conspiracy.
Sorry, no coding for you. Get out the flag and come back up here, guys.
Yeah, the flag is mandatory, yeah. Wave that flag here.
Thank you.
My turn. Well, there isn't really much story in this, but we tried to go for a dark cinematic mood, and I think we achieved that. Apparently.
Okay. So, didn't I say earlier that the soundtrack is the soul of a demo?
You did.
Well, let's honor a soundtrack then, shall we?
It's said that the soundtrack is half the battle. Pump up the volume for the Meteorics Award for Best Soundtrack.
Everything sounds better with good music. Everyone knows that. We often forget about it because it doesn't strike us as strongly as visuals, you know? But one thing is sure, a bad track can ruin a good demo. And there's no good demo without a kick-ass track. I'm sure we can all hum to demo track, and some of us are still running in the back of our heads for years. Music sounds better with them. Music sounds better with them. Sorry. So tonight, we are going to honor the best and most fitting soundtrack of 2016. And here are our nominees.
Elysian by Logicoma. Calcatraz by Desire. Through the Cracks by Still. Instant God by Fairlight and CNCD. And Every Way by Hoffman and Blueberry.
When in need for good music, feed him some cookies, a fine drink, and he will tune you on any platform. Clap some cowbells for Tri-Ace.
Good evening. How are you? Ah, great. For those who feel I'm looking kind of overdressed, I just come from my mom's birthday. Hi, Mom, I'm on television.
You aren't overdressed. You look just like us.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I want your job next year. So, let's go back to the soundtrack. In the soundtrack category, we want to honor the best demo soundtracks of the last year. To do so, we looked at features such as their integration into the demo, production value, or overall quality. It was a complex task to pick 5 nominees from a really diverse and high-quality list of demos from so many platforms. In the end, we decided on a clear winner, a very well-produced soundtrack that integrates tightly with the effects on the screen. It shows off the artist's well-known and revered style, and to spoil it now, and most importantly, it does it all in no more than 64 kilobytes of space. For being technically a very advanced soundtrack that fits into such a tiny amount of bytes while still sounding like a fully produced streamed music track, the Meteorix Award for Best Soundtracks goes to Elysium by Logicoma.
Logicoma! Give it up for Logicoma!
Oh, I forgot the statue.
Oh my goodness. He's a stuntsman too.
So well deserved.
Am I supposed to say something now? This was written with Wave Saber, which is the best 64K synth ever made, period. And thank you.
Let's now progress to our next category.
Put on your artsy French hats and break out the megaphones. We're handing out the Meteorix Award for Best Direction.
So we just recently awarded storytelling. And while storytelling on the one hand is kind of the strategical part of a demo that focuses on overall arc of suspense and continuity, direction is more like the tactical part, tweaking the heck out of each scene, each take, each camera angle, until it conveys just the right atmosphere to go along with the concept. It is pretty much like painting, just with moving pictures. And these 5 contestants did it the best.
Second Stage Boss by 0x, 4015, and Yeti. Darkness Lay Your Eyes Upon Me by Conspiracy. Gestalt by Quiet and T-Rex. Lucy by Ivory Labs. And Through the Cracks by Still.
And now, as for our representing jury member, you've already seen him on this very stage last year. And we all know him for his succinct style and unique taste in design. I am still sorry for misplacing his script last year, so I actually brought a spare. Let's give it up for Mog.
Hi guys. Dino was right, this way is quite long. So, yeah. Best direction. What actually is this? The intent of this prize is to award the best package of camera, story, and music, boosted by technical limitations. It was really hard to decide because there are a lot of high-quality productions nowadays. Before naming the winner, we want to start by giving an honorable mention to one production in particular. a blues away at the same spot last year. And it did everything right, from tension, visuals to music. He gave us bits of story through stunning scenes and left us without conclusion, longing for more of what we just saw in 64K. Please give a hand for Conspiracy for their Darkness Layer Eyes on Me. The winner had many limitations to overcome. They even had to take the name of their production into account. We were impressed by their camera work and the amount of polishing. Music that leads the visuals, showing us the classic story of the underdog fighting Goliath. And holy crap, it fits in 4K. Please give a hand for one of the most memorable demos of 2016, Zero X4015 and Yeti with the second stage boss.
I'm sorry, you'll have to come up here again. Give him a huge hand.
I cannot speak anymore. Sorry.
Yeah! All right. Looks like there's only one award left. So, let's put together a compelling story, a great soundtrack, an ace direction, and award the best high-end demo of 2016.
The only limit is your imagination, or your GPU's melting point in the Meteorix Award for Best High-End Demo.
Finally, the icing on the cake, the Mentos in the cola. Our final category is the one that defines the very name of our scene, the demos. So break up your chains, rip up your straitjackets, and fasten your seatbelts. Forget about the limits and break free. In this category, you had all the resources that you wanted. And then you had no excuses. Or well, you could choose to stick to 64K, but you still have no excuses. These are the final level bosses, the blockbusters of our scene, and these are the ones that got nominated.
Fermi Paradox by Mercury. Darkness, Lay Your Eyes Upon Me by Conspiracy. True Colors by Still. Terminal 7 by Cocoon. An Instant God by Fairlight and CNCD.
So he exports French baguettes to Japan. He codes game by day and intros by night. He got the mustache you only dream about. Kangai shite kudasai, Zavi Sensei.
Good evening. Good evening. So, there was a lot of discussion and thank you. There was a lot of discussion and debate about the scope of this category. In the end, to acknowledge the level of quality that has been reached in the recent years by size-constrained productions, it was decided to include everything above 4K, which can now compete head-to-head with full-size demos. It was a close call. It was a close call both for nominations, and it was a close call to decide the winner. Like, would it be Instant Gold with its touching live performance, its really hard rendering technology that pretends to be easy? Would it be Terminal 7 with its superb lighting and its unapologetic demo style and its upbeat direction? Or would it be Darkness, Lay Your Eyes Upon Me with its striking visuals and its mature topic? Or would it be True Colors with its beautiful, mesmerizing effects and direction? Or would it be Fermi Paradox? Fermi Paradox is a demo that is special to me because it is a 64K and it really hits the sweet spot in terms of look compared to size. At no point when you look at it, you say, oh, this is a 64K. You completely forget about that. It has a great build-up. It has beautiful visual references, and it has a great take. So, for these reasons, we have decided to give Mercury the honorable mention. But because of its great direction, because of its memorable visuals, and because of the way it uses smokes and mirrors to pretend that there is more than meets the eye, this year, Best High-End Demo Meteoric Award goes to Conspiracy and Darkness, Lay Your Eyes Upon Me.
Bravo! They will bring the flag, yes? I hope they will bring the flag. They will have the flag, right?
Of course they have the flag.
I think the flag is a member of their groups.
You're not going to get rid of us that easy.
Congratulations. Congrats.
The end is officially nigh.
Before we go, I think it's fair to address the elephant in the room because there was a lot of debate about this. But without going into the nitty-gritty of it, I just would like to dedicate this award to Mercury, to Onslaught, to Approximate, to all the guys, Logicoma, all the guys who did 64Ks over the years. How much better we have to do to get our own category. Come on! Keep doing 64K.
Okay. Looks like we're out of statues. So I guess it's time to wrap up. Because this is it. That's the end of the show for this year. But we're coming back next year. And there should be the closer video starting now. That's better. So we're coming back next year. But first, we would like to thank everyone who participated, namely our jurors. Almighty God, Danny D,
Dino, Fitzer,
Frankie, Herschel,
Infinitic, Introspect,
Kyle Aaron, Likon,
Mug, Saga Musics,
Trias and Truck,
Tias, Urs,
Venom, Yogi Beer,
Zavi Zieber,
And also, we'd like to thank the people behind the scenes.
D-Fox.
Oh, yeah. Kylaren.
Urs.
Dirty.
Zifoid.
T101.
Cosmic.
The Frenchie to my left.
And that crazy German guy.
And also,
thanks Revision for hosting us.
And most of all, thanks to you, who contributed, submitted and voted, and who created these great productions in the first place.
Exactly. It's been a great year for the Demoscene, and that's all thanks to you all. So
Keep up
thank
the work.
you.
We love you.
We love you.
Okay, that was the Meteorics. There is a chance that Truck and some others may want to come up and have a chat about this on here on CineSat Radio, but maybe until then I play some kind of music and yeah, we'll see what happens.
There's a slight problem because I cannot code JavaScript. So I'm currently, the website is DDoSing our own server. So if you would please quit full screen, force reload your browser, and then our server should be better than before. Thank you.
Okay, nothing's progressing yet, so with the power of shuffle, I'll see what ends up being played now. The answer is a complete fail. That's what's happened. So let's try that again with something else. Let's see.
This stuff takes your mind and just sort of, expands it. It swings the doors of perception so wide open you can see a whole nother world. But it's still like this world, It tweaks your mind and does this whole altered state. And suddenly you see reality.
I've not been able to find Truck, but there's a good chance that he might still appear from somewhere. But I've gone for a bit of a wander. I don't know where he is, but he did say he wanted to have a chat on air after the Meteorics, but potentially he's got himself tied up, or more likely just chatting to many people. Until then, I'm going to put another track on. And,
wait a minute. And I have a public service announcement from Defox, our main organizer, who is also responsible for the website, because apparently he sucks at coding JavaScript, and so currently everybody who is watching the stream via the revision website, please reload the website. Otherwise, the website will DDoS the server, and well, that's not good for anybody. So if you're using our web server, revisionparty.net, to watch the stream, please reload the page. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so Truck isn't coming. He's got too many bits and pieces on just now. So I'm going to stop the scene set audio stream, and all the action will continue on the video stream. So if you're not watching that, get watching that, and yep, you'll be able to watch the rest of this evening. But we'll be back speaking on air tomorrow once all the competitions and everything else start tomorrow.
From the north, down, east to west, we bump the party up. We bump the party up. Let me see it, do that dance. Yo, come step to me, your time is right. Girl, you're looking kind of fly tonight. Yo.
Yo.
John, please give us an update on your system status.
Infrastructure under attack. Attacks from unknown locations on several servers of my grid. Analyzing damage.
So to take some countermeasurements, we actually organized some pretty good hackers for Evolve Corporation. Please welcome on stage Fizzer and lovely Hannibal.
So those will be our first two contenders for the Shader Showdown. We will be your hosts on the stage and in the grandstand.
We have also Chaos of Farbrausch and Gopher of Alcatraz.
They're gonna tell what they're actually doing because Moki and me have no fucking clue about coding.
Sadly, that's true. So, for those who have never been to Revision or at least missed the Shader Showdown, we will have two coders on stage. They will do live shader coding, as the name suggests, for 25 minutes. And you have to decide who's the winner. So please give a big hand for Fizzer and lovely Hannibal.
Yeah, give it up. They're sitting there on the stage in the light.
And supported by the one and only lovely Alkama, who will support us with some sweet, sweet music. So give a big hand for Alkama as well.
Not only a swanky host, also a swanky DJ.
So, are you ready? Everybody ready?
Let's give him a countdown. 3. No.
Go, just go, just go, just to make it loud, just go.
And yes, very now, shader show. And we're off. I think the timer is on.
Wrong keyboard layout for Fizzer.
The timer is on. We have started now. Fizzer on the left, Lovely Hannibal on the right. For the crowd. Seem to be some technical difficulties with Fizzer. Numtac to the rescue.
As well, did you switch them up?
Hello. This is Chaos from the moderator Hello, this is Chaos from the
So there are some technical difficulties with Lovely Hannibal setup, so we might give him some more time later. Fizzer is well away now coding. Let's see what he's doing. Chaos Gopher, can you tell us something about what Fizzer is doing?
Well, it looks like he's just about to define his trace function.
I go tell them.
And he's not wasting any time with like spaces. Technical problems seem to be resolved. Let's switch to Hannibal. And as always, this early, it's really hard to tell what's going on.
But there's still a lot of time.
So we seem to have the camera set up here. Vectors getting set up for the camera race.
What? I'm making my pancake is busy.
hard to tell.
So, some of you might remember that Fizzer has already been a participant in the Shader Showdown, so we are waiting for a decent amount of quality code, so let's see what he has prepared for this year.
They are both setting up their distance functions and their ray marching loops.
But that's not possible to coordinate with the thing.
This map function still doesn't do much.
Just the basic setup for whatever content is coming later. But on both sides we see some serious code built up. So we hope that will translate into some nice effects later on. Whoops. But here we already see that Hannibal is much more ambitious. Hannibal traces not from 0 to 100, but from 0 to OX 100. I go to the beach, that's the easiest way. OX 100 is a lot more than 100. Right. Didn't see the X. But, well, whatever this is, it's hard to tell. Oh, we have sphere. Oh, not sphere, not quite. More like a disc. Ich muss was sagen. Let's see. Contestants have not yet compiled their source code. They're just typing and typing and typing, and we can only guess what they are doing from the uncompleted work.
Some intense programming going on there. Now give it up for these live coders. They're really working hard, trying to get something running. 16 minutes on the clock. Because of all the technical fuck-ups, we'll probably add some extra time for them after this.
I just had a discussion with the referee, and the decision is that both become 2 additional minutes for their work because of the technical difficulties at the beginning.
So 2 extra minutes because of the technical problems. Let's see what they can cook up.
So currently we seem to have at least Fizzer tried to compile once, but
it's great.
Yeah,
but normal.
Working on it.
Who can type such a long code and don't have a typo in it somewhere? Actually, no error messages. This is like what he wants. On the other side, we still see a visual that has no resemblance with what's actually going on in the code because it has never been compiled. So they really try to make this a really bad spectator sport, but they have a plan, I suppose, and they have to stick to it.
Maybe some interesting background information in the meanwhile. Both participants have been releasing their first products around 2011-2012, so that's sort of equal. Also both have been active mostly in 4K and 8K intro compos. So it should be basically their field of coding.
Ah, the disk is there. Woo. We can see here a mapping function. I hope it is called. That pretty much describes what we are currently seeing. Yeah, the map. And is it called? Yes, it is called.
And now it's inverted.
I press it. Oh,
there we go.
We have movement.
First on the screen. And yeah, take into account, people. It's really hard being on stage. Know that you're being watched by so many people. Trying to make something cool.
Commentators nagging the lack of action. Fizzer has given us something, while lovely Hannibal just sticks to the plan and shows us the minimum. So let's see what code we have here. Whoops. It doesn't want us to see the code.
With those extra 2 minutes, we still have 15 minutes left.
So, more action going on, slightly. A little more action going on Fizzer's side currently.
Also, I guess more active code. More of this stuff is really doing something. What do we have here? Oops.
Infinite loop.
Oh, infinity.
No, that was nothing.
So lovely Hannibal is typing a lot. Let's hope it comes together for him.
Well, at least something is moving at last.
This is normal for whatever the mapping function does map. What the mapping function does map is still something pretty much boring, but he has all the framework he needs to make this interesting, this map, that will give you the direction into which whatever object map means shows. This will enable him to do some fancy lighting later on. But the most fancy lighting won't change this boring mapping function. Still, once he has set up everything correctly, he can just plug in whatever he likes and dazzle us.
Ooh. And there's 10 minutes left, so that's 12 minutes in total. 12 and a half.
Meanwhile, Fizzer already dazzles us with spectacular fireworks. So, well, let's see how this ends.
Fizzer. Being true to his name, it's fizzing it up.
Absolutely. And we can overlook all these ugly banding artifacts for a moment. Aliasing. Whoa. Oh, he likes it, obviously. Okay, I see somebody working on a mapping function here. Whoops. I hope so. What's happening? No, he's not. I was too eager.
He's currently trying to implement a material system, as far as I can see.